Yo, yo, yo. I think I'm finally here. Uh, I'm 7 minutes late, so I'm actually right on time. Because that's how we do around here. What is good? What is good, everybody? I see we got some folks all up in the chat already. What up, Patrick Palmer? Throwing up the ones. I like your style, my friend. What's up with you, buddy? I don't know. You were here on time, so bless you. So you're. I don't know if you're even still in the chat right now. Probably not. But what is good, everybody? It has been quite the 72 hours for your boy. Um, it has been an interesting 72 hours from hell, no less. But it is what it is. Oh shit! We got people up in the chat. What's going on? My buddy Samek7, Samich, what up, dog? And Lori Lynch. Hey, Lori, good to see you, fam. Hope all is well on this Thursday evening. Hope you guys are doing better than I've been the last 3 days. Fucking hell. I finally just sat down and turned the stream on and I feel like I can breathe. For the first time in like a number of days. But I went to the ER 2 nights ago with gallstones, and I've had kidney stones twice, and the level of pain of kidney stones is not easy to describe using the English language. It's a feeling I don't wish on anybody. And then it's been a couple years since my last bout with kidney stones, and I started feeling some type of way with my lower back a couple weeks ago, and it just was progressively. It started out as like a minor little throb. I thought I tweaked like a back muscle or something in my lower back, and then it became a throbbing, like a little throb in both sides at the same time. And then as the last 2 weeks kept happening, it got worse and worse and worse until the other night where I was like, I thought I was gonna die. Like no cap, I finally was called 911, and I told that lady like I can't breathe, I can't think, I feel like I'm gonna pass out. And then the pain was so bad that I started to throw up because of how painful it was. Like I wasn't sick or nauseous until the pain got to such a level that I've never felt in my life before, that it was making me physically vomit. Yeah, Lori Lynch, kidney stones. Oh, my people, you are my people. You've all had the same shit. All right, we're a healthy bunch, eh? Well, that's how you know you're in the right place. Um, Good. So I don't have to describe the pain that I felt, because you guys, unfortunately, I'm sorry that you guys understand what I've gone through, but as you can attest to, I don't know if I've broken bones. I've uh I've dislocated I've dislocated parts of my body. I've been in car accidents. I've had multiple accidents involving head trauma. Um Nothing I've gone through in my lifetime has come close to the pain I felt in my body the other night with gallstones. That shit felt like somebody was disemboweling me, chat. Like I felt like somebody was digging a knife through my lower kidneys and then just dragging the blade all the way up my back and pulling my guts out while they were doing it at the same time. I couldn't even think straight. I didn't know what to do. So that kicked in my panic attacks that I deal with, and then it was about 4:45 in the morning, and I said, I can't, I gotta tap out. So I tapped out, called the ER. They wouldn't let me even put clothes on. I barely got some sweatpants on. They wouldn't let me put a shirt on, no socks, no shoes. They hauled me out of my apartment wearing nothing but sweatpants. Um, so I told the guys in the ambulance, well, how the fuck am I supposed to go home? You guys gonna take me home when I'm done? I can't take the bus half naked. Like, they ain't gonna let me on the bus with no shoes and no shirt. And it's bitch ass cold outside. They're like, sir, where do you want to go? How about to a place that's going to keep me from dying? I would prefer, sir. What do you mean, where do I want to go? What a dumb thing to say. Well, which hospital do you want to go to? The one that takes the least amount of time to get to. Go to that one. Hey, yeah? How's that for starters or a decent idea? I don't know. You couldn't come up with that on your own, jabroni? I was like, bro, I don't ask me no questions. I don't even know my name right now. He's like, do you want me to give you some pain relief? Huh? Do I want you to give me some pain relief? Sir, as you can see in my current condition, I'm dying in front of your very face. If you've got some pain relief, maybe you want to share. I'd appreciate that. All I got is fentanyl, he said. So I said, have your fentanyl, Billy. He's like, really? Why's that? Sir, can you see the color of my skin? I'm a bit jaundiced. Clearly I'm having some sort of liver problems right now. If I'm not mistaken, isn't fentanyl an opiate? How does the body process narcotics, chat? Through the kidneys and the liver. So my internal organs are shutting down, and you want to give me fentanyl for that? I said, I guess I'm riding this one out, sir. He's like, wow, that's crazy. I said, wow, the only form of pain relief on an ambulance being fentanyl is even crazier, bro. Do better. Holy shit, man. Oh, they don't chat. The medical profession don't like your boy. They do not like me. They do not like me at all because I know way too much. I know way more about the medical profession than I look like I know. So they think that they tell me how it's going to be when I go in there. No, 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 no. I tell them how it's going to be, and they run. So they left me in a room by myself for hours. I was there at the ER for like 12 hours, I believe. They ran a CAT scan, an MRI, blood work, ultrasound, X-ray. They ran every fucking test you could possibly run, and they found gallstones. They said there's no kidney stones, but we found gallstones this time, but we're not taking them out. And you don't require surgery for your gallbladder. I said, so that means there's a high chance that this is going to rear its ugly head again soon. They're like, if that happens, just come back. But you didn't do anything for me now. Why would I come back? To what? Go through these tests again? No, Lori Lynch. Fentanyl. Fentanyl. It's the drug that's killing everybody. It's like the main pain reliever drug that's in like all the rappers are sipping the lean. I don't know if you've heard of lean. They mix fentanyl with cough syrup, codeine, and fentanyl. Fentanyl's like the drug that they gave my mom for her cancer. Like it's the most deadly. It's the drug that's killing everybody right now. It's like 2025's heroin. Here, it's a huge problem in this country. It has been for a while. I think it's spelled fentanyl. I think that's how you spell it, Lori. Oh, you ain't joking. Chad, I'm gonna block my camera. Whoops. I'm gonna block my camera real quick. I've not. So here's the other thing. I was there for 12 hours. They refused me water. They wouldn't let me put water even to wet my mouth. I had no spit. They wouldn't give me any ice. They said I wasn't allowed to have anything to eat um, because of the gallstones, which I understand, but not even to let me put water in my mouth because I had no spit uh, due to the narcotics and the panic attacks that I was going through. I thought was like so inhumane, chat. I at one point when they took me out of the ambulance, they wheel me into the ER check-in desk. They wheel me in. All I'm sitting, I don't have a blanket on, chat. It's 5 in the morning. It's pouring buckets of rain. It's like 42 degrees outside. They wheel me out of the ambulance with no shirt on, no socks, no shoes, just my sweatpants on a gurney. Here I come into the ER half naked. The ER is packed full of people. They just sit me there. They just push the gurney and they stop right there at the desk and just leave me there for like 10 minutes. Yeah, fentanyl is illegal. You have to have it in a prescription form. You can only get it for a prescription. Sam? No, this is not. No, this is definitely not Tylenol, Lori Lynch. This stuff is brutal. This is what I firmly believe that the woman that was taking care of my mom, the week that she died, overdosed my mom on that shit because she was mad at my mom. I will go to my grave believing that that woman ended my mom's life early. Um, the ER doesn't let you ingest anything until they diagnose you. Right. So, and I understand that they have procedures and whatnot. However, not giving me anything after they told me I had gallstones. Like I couldn't get a sip of water, bro. I don't need to chug a glass. I just wanted to just really wet my lips. My lips were cracked and peeling and shit, bro. You know what I mean? And I thought, I don't know. I just thought that that was so inhumane. They gave me 2 bags of fucking dilaudid narcotic. You know, they got me higher than a hippie, but they wouldn't give me water. So, got home yesterday afternoon and wasn't feeling the greatest. Was deathly afraid to eat because they're telling me I got to stay away from fatty foods. I can't eat nothing fried. I can't basically just eating like a normal, regular, everyday person like I've done my whole life. I can't do anymore. I can't afford to eat in a way like I can't afford to eat the way that I need to eat to not get gallstones again, bro. Like the price of food is insane, and to eat like that clean and that healthy is they make sure they charge you extra for that. You know what I'm saying? So I was really frustrated yesterday, and then Dynamite happened, and I'm thank God for JD covering Dynamite, bro, because it was a much more entertaining night than it would have been had I just watched the first 2 minutes of AEW and then turned the bitch ass show off like I did. And what I saw happen after that, like on Twitter and everybody talking about the Moxley spot with the spiked bat and everything, that was the most strange thing I've ever seen on a televised, like, that wasn't a pay-per-view. That was cable television that he did that on. Kids watching. It's not even at 10 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Anyways, um, so I didn't eat at all yesterday. Hadn't eaten from 6 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening until I'm about to eat right now for the first time in like 2 days. So I'm feeling a bit woozy. I went to the store today to get water because I'm like, at least I need to rehydrate. So I went to fill my big water jug and my gallon water jug. And then I needed to go to the grocery store to stop and get a bag of lemons so I can drink lemon water because lemon water is supposed to help you dissolve stones. Stopped at the water store, filled my jugs, went up to the street to the grocery store, got out of my car, went to the grocery, went inside, did my thing, came out. I look in my back seat and I'm like, there's water on my floorboard. I said, uh-oh, it's piss pouring rain outside. I must have left my window cracked. I look at the window, it's all the way up. I'm like, huh? Then the light bulb goes off in my head and I'm like, please tell me the 5-gallon water jug did not leak in my back seat. I go to grab the 5-gallon water jug. Nope. The water, it's sealed. It's good to go. I'm like, what the hell? Why is there I'm talking there was like a puddle of water chat in my back seat on my floorboard. It was like a pool. My gallon water jug had split and cracked somehow after the guy filled it, and the this whole gallon jug of water was in my floorboard on my back seat. So I spent 2 hours in the piss ass cold ass rain, shop vacuuming a swimming pool out of the back seat of my car today, and so now I'm instead of eating and doing the stuff I needed to do, so I had my stream set for 5:15, and I was still 7 minutes late because I was running to grab some food so I could eat while I was streaming. And I had to go buy a new water jug because my other one, obviously, RIP. So I'm a little out of breath. I'm exhausted. I feel like I cheated death 2 days ago, and usually when I get into that kind of mindset where I'm like everything is like Murphy's Law, I kind of go into this mindset of like fuck it, and that led me to the stream today. I was like, when I woke up today, I was like, fuck it, it's a stream day. I thought I'll stream. It's a Thursday. There's no wrestling on. Talk to some talk to some homies. I don't feel like I got to compete with all the other streamers in the community because I know there's TNA. I know some people do TNA and whatever, but in terms of like the OTS community, there's not JD's not streaming today or nothing. So I thought it'd be a good day to come on here and talk to shoes. Oh shit, we got another homie in the house. What up, Patrick Palmer? Don't worry about the kidney stones rather than the show. Sounds like you threw it with those stones. Oh yeah, I went through it. Yeah, dude. I appreciate you, Patrick, telling me that. I'm not worried about the streaming if that's what you mean. I needed to do this to just get my mind off shit because my life has just been a thing where every time I try to do something positive and try to better myself, something always comes around and knock me back 2 more steps backwards. Like I try to take 1 step forward and then something knocks me back 2 steps. You know what I mean? So instead of actually getting forward progress, I'm constantly in this. It's like I'm running my legs forward as I'm going backwards at the same time, and it's just exhausting. So Mike Rouse in the house, my guy. Mid from the Mo, what up, yo? Jeremy is here. We got Mike Rouse. What's good, Mike? How's your day, bro? You watching TNA tonight? Or is it Ring of Honor tonight? I don't remember what's on Thursday. How you doing today, Lori? You good today? That's what I'm saying, Samich. Sorry if you hear me sound a little out of breath and shit, chat. I'm just kind of. I don't think I've fully recovered. And I was pretty much upside down in the back seat of my car with my feet where my head should have been and my head down where my feet should have been, trying to get under my seat, trying to shop vac all the water out of my floorboard, which I only got about a quarter of. I don't know where all the rest of the water went, but uh, hopefully it doesn't mold. Oh, Mike Rouse, you watching where's my mouse? Mike Rouse, you watching March Madness, yeah? Midmo Smart comes in here talking about he's eating. I can't eat fried food and shit. I'm just getting done saying, and this buffoon comes in here talking about he's eating catfish and shit. Man, I know you ain't cooked that catfish. Who cooked that for you? Or did you like buy it made from like a restaurant? Damn catfish! I could go for some catfish right now, man. I'm not from the South. My mom is, but I think I got her southern roots built in my gene pool, cause man, I be vibing with the southern folk, yo. I've never really been down. I mean, I've lived in Florida, but I mean, I guess technically that's the South, but I'm talking South, like Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, where everybody talks like this. I've never been to any of them states, but I don't know. I've always just really felt kind of felt part of me drawn to that part of the country, maybe just because that's where my mom comes from. Lori Lynch said, "Puke on catfish." Lori, you don't like catfish? That's crazy. I love me some catfish. Hey, Jeremy, have you ever had gator? Gator, if you do it right, and you deep fry it like popcorn chicken, like chicken nuggets, is gas. That's the only way I've had it. I don't know if you can prepare alligator other ways, but I've had gator bites and they are absolutely fire. I've had shark, I've had shark fin soup, I've had rattlesnake, I've had snails, I've had my mom, dude, when I was a kid, my mom, we would go to places because my dad would get transferred around a lot for his job, and every time we moved or every time we had to go to a different city, my mom, my dad's company would pay for it. So that was when we would really get treated as kids. Like we didn't have a lot of money in our once we got established somewhere, we didn't have a lot of money to ever go out a lot and whatnot. But when my dad got transferred and it was on the company, like, dude, my parents would take us everywhere and anywhere. So my mom was constantly finding places where they served like non-traditional American food for us to try because she wanted us to build a taste for like different foods. And growing up as a kid, I hated it. It was torture. But obviously, as an adult, I appreciate it because I love so much different kinds of food. Lori, that's interesting. Oh, you know what? I don't know. I think I was a really little kid when I had turtle, but it was like in soup. I don't think it was fried, so I don't know what. I don't even remember what turtle's like. My grandma used to put pig's feet in her big giant cauldron of spaghetti sauce for the collagen, and everybody would fight for the one or two pig's feet that were floating around in there. I said, "Y'all motherfuckers can have them. You seen what pigs walk around in? Yeah, chew on them toenails. Fucking no." Mike Rouse says, Lori, I told you I know wrestling be like Hooli and JD because I've been watching wrestling since 1970. Mike Rouse, like I'm looking at your picture and you don't even look that old, bro. There's no way you're older than me, dog. That's crazy. What? That is crazy. You've been watching wrestling basically my entire life. I wasn't born until 1979. This is funny. Mike Rouse, oh, hang on. So, oh, wait, I'm getting way behind. Lori says she can't digest any kind of fish. That is a tragedy. I am so sorry to hear that. Um, I fucking love seafood, particularly fish. Uh, man, if I couldn't eat seafood, I don't know. I don't eat it a lot. It's a real treat when I get it, but I like a lot of different kinds of seafood, and I can't imagine living where I live. Like we live in like salmon and steelhead country, so it's everywhere, and I couldn't imagine just not being able to eat fish. That's a bummer for sure. Because fish is so good for you. I wonder why you can't digest it because it's so good for you. It's so like healthy. That's what Gator's like, Jeremy. It's very much the texture of chicken, but it has kind of like the smell of catfish in a way. And if you overcook it, it can be a little tougher. I'm assuming you're talking about turtle. I'm talking about gator, but they're probably very similar. Lori Lynch says shrimp is better. Hey, Lori, did you know that shrimps and crabs, the bottom feeders, they are the cockroaches of the ocean? Do you know what a cockroach eats, Lori Lynch? No, no, no. You might want to look that up. You might think twice next time you want to eat shrimp. But I love shrimp too, but it grosses me out. I just heard catfish tonight and said, bet. I hear the term catfish and I think someone's trying to pretend to be somebody they're not on my timeline. Funny how times have changed, huh? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I need to figure out chat because there's nothing going on in my background with like music and stuff, and I feel like how do people play music on their streams? Does anybody know? I feel like there needs to be some sort of like background ambiance type of deal going. Mike, the pigs do get washed before slaughter. I know, bro. It was just a joke. It's a texture thing for me why I can't eat the pig's foot. Uh, oh, really? Where are you from, Mike? My mom grew up on a farm in Oklahoma. That's where she's from. She grew up in farm country down south. I don't know if you're from the south or not, but I always wanted to be a farm. I was so jealous of my mom childhood, I wanted to grow up on a farm so bad because we lived in the city, and my mom would tell us like all of her adventures and her stories as a child, and I would just sit there and listen to her, and I'd be like, man, that'd be so cool. Once in a while, I get shrimp and I have pasta with shrimp. Yeah, shrimp Alfredo is the bomb. 1,000%. I love shrimp Alfredo. Chicken and broccoli Alfredo is good too. My dad told me once, if it smells like fish, eat all you want. No fucking way. My smart pieced out on me, huh? All right, bud. All right. Okay. I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna keep that same energy soon for you, my friend. No, it's all good, bro. Handle your business. We'll see you later. There's people out there are trying to pose as Zach Bagans from Ghost Adventures. You know what, Lori Lynch? Interesting fact about me, I've never watched an episode of Ghost Adventures. And what's crazy is like I believe in the paranormal and stuff. I believe ghosts exist and spirits exist and all that shit. I've seen it with my own two eyes, so I've experienced it. And so while I'm a believer, for whatever random reason, I don't even know that there's a reason behind it, but I've never seen Ghost Adventures. Oh, that's right, Mike. You're from Missouri. I've got family in Missouri because my mom's family is from Arkansas and shit, and they're right next door to each other. So the Ozarks and whatnot. I've got a great uncle that owns a bunch of cabins that he rents out, beautiful cabins on in the Ozarks on the lake. He rents them out to people vacation like summertime homes and stuff. And I don't remember if it's on the Missouri side of the Ozarks or the Arkansas side, but my aunt's in Iowa. I was born in Omaha, where AEW was last night in Nebraska, and that's right next door. So yeah, you a Midwest boy like me. Yeah, shrimp Alfredo is bomb for sure, 100,000%. Won't be here again on Monday because I got. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say, Mike. I won't be here again on Monday because I got blowing on Monday again. I don't. I'm going to let you explain that a little bit better before I try to guess what you meant by that. Sorry, my guy. My gallbladder attack was Thanksgiving morning 2010. 2010, and we're in 2025. That was 15 years ago. What were you, like 10 years old? You had to have been hella young back in 2010, Samick. No? Bowling. Got you. Okay. We got much better context for that now, Mike. You typed blowing, and I was like, nope, I'm going to leave that one alone. You're going bowling again. That's dope. Are you on a bowling league or something? I used to want to be on a bowling league, but I got little gay wrists, so I can't. Like after 2 games of bowling, my wrist is fucked. I can't bowl more than 2 games. So bowling league was out of the cards for me. Do you all remember back when CM Punk had long hair? Yeah, and was ECW champion? Yeah, straight edge, straight edge society, and was on a live episode of Ghost Adventures. Well, since I've never seen Ghost Adventures, I would not remember that, but I do remember the time period you speak of. I had no idea that Ghost CM Punk was on an episode of Ghost Adventures. That's cool. I think if you got to hang out with CM Punk for a day, behind the scenes, non wrestling related, I bet you he's a cool dude. I think he knows a lot about a lot. You know what I mean? I think he's a very well-rounded human being in terms of like his knowledge about things and the way he sees the world. So I would love to spend a couple hours just talking to him and seeing what he's about and like what he believes in and where he sees things going with like, the world and our country and politics and all that kind of stuff. I'd really like to pick his brain about other things that aren't related to wrestling. No, bro, I've talked to you before. Samich, I've talked to you before. 28 years old in 2010. Wait, are we the same age? Does that mean? Yeah, maybe we're the same age. I didn't realize that. I thought you were younger than me for some reason. I don't even remember what year I was when I was 28. I was 20. Well, if I was born in 79, that means I was 31 in 2010. So yeah, we're close to the same age. So you're actually just a couple years younger than me. All right. Oh, Midmost Mark's giving out false info. He's like, my bad, ghost hunters. Didn't realize there was a difference. Thank you, Lori Lynch. I bet he's sitting there right now with palm on his forehead because you corrected him and not me. It probably resonated more with him that you corrected him. He would have said, fuck you, whatever to me if I had noticed. But good job, Lori Lynch. You got an eye for detail. That's moderator duties right there. Facts. Factual. Oh, you're on the Special Olympics Bowling League team. That's dope, bro. Your average is 130. Like my best game I think that I bowled ever was like a 170 or 180, bro. So if your average is 130, that's almost better than my best game I ever had. As long as you have fun, dude, you know what I mean? That's what it's all about. Is just getting with the friends and knocking pins down and having a good time while doing it. See? You see what you see? Man. Call me Huli Damas. No, I didn't say call me Huli Dumbass. I said Huli Damas, like Nostradamus. Don't you dare. Yeah, I caught you before you could zing me with that. So now if you type it in the chat, it don't hit the same. He's going to type it anyway. I would have Punk write AEW program if I were in charge. Well, in order for that to happen, Mike, you would have not fired CM Punk to begin with, I'm assuming. Which would have been a much smarter move than any of the moves Tony Khan has made since he made the move to fire CM Punk. I would tell you that 3 years later, you would probably still have a thriving wrestling company whose numbers were very good. Which is the polar opposite of what's going on in AEW at the moment. It's just sad when someone's stubborn, you know what I mean? And they don't see the writing on the wall, or maybe they just don't give a shit, whatever the case is. It's sad. It saddens me because things don't need to be this way, you know? And I feel like the more criticism Tony gets for AEW, I feel like he clearly takes it personally, so I think he clearly books his show. I think he's clearly booking the show to piss people off. He's watching JD, he's watching Cornette, he's seeing what everybody hates, he's seeing what everybody's making fun of, and he's just continuing to book that. That's what it feels like to me, and I don't really understand. The reasoning behind that, but I think that he needs to realize that he needs to realize the error of his ways in certain aspects. He releases the all-in footage, and then, I mean, how many weeks in a row have I seen people in JD's chat going, oh, is Jack Perry still a wrestler? Not that I care. I don't want to see him on TV. thought it was weird that they made all this big old deal about CM Punk, and then he's allowed to, come back after a hiatus and run his little mealy mouth and Scapegoat and Cry Me a River and all this little stupid shit that he thought was going to get him over and was going to make him a big star. And where is he? He's been a ghost for months. It's been a motherfucking ghost, man. She's into the paranormal. Of course she'd correct me. I don't know what that means, but okay. I don't know if you have to be into the paranormal to correct somebody. That is part of the oath. What oath? Let me win. Oh, that's part of the oath. Let me win, but if I cannot win, let me have fun. Yeah. We always want to win, right? I'm super competitive. Holy shit, people don't like I'm not the type of person you want to get into like a competitive anything with, chat, cuz it gets pretty shitty in the trenches with me competing. I'm not going to lie. I get a little crazy. I go a little alpha male on everyone. And on top of it, I'm a sore loser when I don't win. So, this is overall not good. I try not to get into anything competitive with people because it gets my adrenaline going too hard. You guys like chili? Like the soup? Like chili? I fucking love chili. I almost choked on my saltine cracker, god damn it, Lori Lynch. You're gonna send me back to the ER. Tony Khan looks weird. The guy never blinks. Does he have eyelids? There was a run of like 3 or 4 AEW press conferences after a pay-per-view that they did where I watched and Tony Khan didn't blink more than like 5 fucking times, and those were the days where he was doing like the 3-hour scrums. Like after the show, he'd talk for 3 hours. Holy fuck, dude! I remember one night I turned on the AEW post-show scrum, and he was the first one on it, and really good, really good, really great shows. I was like, good God, get this off my TV. I turn and go to something else. I go do a bunch of other things else, and I get back on my phone and I go back to YouTube to see if there's anything new to watch or whatever. It still says the AEW press conference live. I click on it. This motherfucker. It was 2 hours later, and he's still sitting there. Great shows. Everything's great. Sounded like motherfucking Tamatonga and shit, dude, for 3 straight hours. I'm like, bro, we just watched a 7-hour pay-per-view. Why are you talking for 3 fucking hours about it? We don't want to hear you talk about every fucking match that happened. Talk about the 2 or 3 biggest matches and get the fuck out. I don't know, man. I do not know. I don't even know what anymore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know. This might be controversial. This might cause some controversy in the chat. Either that or Jeremy's going to be like, finally, I can come out and be my true self. Fuck WWE. AEW, Samich says, needs to bring the Elite back. I mean, that's why it's called All Elite Wrestling. Oh, I see what you did there, sir. You tricked me with your words now. But I see what you did there. That's a really cool profile picture, actually. You've got a Scottish Terrier? Or maybe you just like them and you just like the picture. I don't know, but that's a cool picture you've got next to your name. Yeah, they need to bring the elite in their wrestling back and just their program. I see what you mean. Not necessarily the elite, like Young Bucks, and get that whole group back together. Or maybe that is what you meant. I don't know. But and stop hiring old ex WWE wrestlers. Yeah, but more importantly than hiring you can hire ex WWE wrestlers and they can get over. Look at the Hurt Locker. I'm thinking of the movie. Look at the Hurt Syndicate, right? Bobby Lashley's 50 plus years old. He's over his fucking AEW. You can do good things with them. Don't hire old ex WWE wrestlers to that worked under the Vince administration to write creative for your show. How about that? Don't let Chris Jericho write creative for your show. Don't let who else is running amok back there at that motherfucker that came from Vince McMahon's trenches? Get all the motherfuckers out of your company, bro, because you didn't start with him. I mean, you had Jericho, but he wasn't writing creative. He was a wrestler. You got Daniel Bryan approving shit, yes or no, backstage. You got all these Vince goons. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I just heard his full name is Tony Khan McMahon. It's Tony McCon. Like in JD's chat, there's a Tony McCon. Mike Rouse says we need a story. We need a reason to care. I think the whole we need story is play like I think it's a misnomer a little bit. Like I get what everybody means by we need story, but there's more to it than just having a story, right? I don't necessarily need a full length feature film that drags out for months to care about a match. I just need some small reason to care about a match. And it's gotta make sense. You can't just have a feud going and then just scrap it before you end it and then start another feud with one of those wrestlers and a different somebody that they weren't working with like the weeks before. And it seems to be that's what they're doing in AEW. They just let go of storylines that they're not really feeling or that aren't getting over, and they just scrap them instead of finishing out with them anyway. That shit absolutely drives me insane about them, and that's why I don't watch. She would know is the point. This guy, look at this guy thinking that he can just talk to me some type of way because he knows me. Yeah, but has he been in Japan on TV in the last number of weeks or months? Have you seen? Do you watch? I'm assuming you watch Japan, right, Mike Rouse? Have you seen him this year at all since January? Since we've hit a new year, I haven't heard a single fucking rumbling about Jack Perry. Not even on the New Japan front. Haven't heard his name spoken. Haven't seen any clips of him on Twitter. Nothing. Very interesting. Maybe he's training. Maybe he's bulking up. I hope so. True that, Patrick Palmer. That is a very, very true statement. We got Yuri, my guy Yuri. What's up, fam? Chili can be spicy. It doesn't have to be though. If you leave out the spicy peppers and if you don't put cayenne or like jalapeno or habanero or serrano in it. Chili powder, the red chili powder comes from an overripe poblano chili, and it's not spicy whatsoever. It's a little more fruity in taste, but that's what I'm eating right now because my stomach is. I love spicy food, but the older I get, spicy is just making all my stomach conditions just seem to get worse. So I've not been eating as much spicy food lately, but yeah, spicy chili is crack to me. Sup, party people? What's good, Yuri? Welcome in, brother. How am I feeling? I'm feeling like I went through 3 stages of hell and I beat death. I was typing in JD's chat last night like Vince. So what? Vince McMahon beat God. I just beat death. Oh shit! I can't believe I typed that in his chat, but it is what it is. Thanks for stopping by, Yuri. It's good to have you in here, my man. How you doing today? Lori saying what's up to you too. It's one thing when the very thing that you feel you're in the right about, like JP did it all in, then you see Punk be welcomed back into WWE and talking mad shit truth. It really turns perception. Well, here's the other thing. Punk is a master manipulator, right? He's so good with words that I think part of that whole situation, was him a little bit twisting stuff. You know, he definitely had a hand in it. Obviously, takes two to tango, but I mean, he just totally eviscerated AEW. He totally left us with the perception that they are jokes. Everything he said in that Ariel Helwani interview, everything he said after it, um, you go back and look, and then they do the all-in footage reveal, and it was like, I bet you CM Punk just laughed. I bet he laughed last year so fucking hard. Kind of like John Cena's promo, right? When everybody's like, fuck you, Cena. And he's like, you guys are making this so easy for me. That's literally what AEW did for Punk. Made it so easy for him. They thought that they had one over on him, and that they were like, oh, we'll show you. Everybody's favorite. We're getting rid of your ass. Don't want your locker room cancer having ass back here. Well, how'd that work out for you, AEW? Boy, God, good Lord, one man completely turned the tables. I also feel that there is a residual effect still from Cody leaving, though. It wasn't all just the CM Punk thing. That was the majority of what ended up flipping perception, as Jeremy's talking about. But for my money, what flipped my perception about AEW forever is the Cody Rhodes leaving back to back to the toxic girlfriend. Like, that was just mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. Chili, okay, not my favorite. I'm actually surprised, given the part of the country that you're from, Mike. Chili's really popular in Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri. That whole middle of the Dakotas, like, chili's a way of life over there. I'm surprised that you don't like it that much. I love it. I don't eat it often, but I fucking love it. I wish I knew how to make it from scratch. I always just buy it, though. Lori says, I laughed my ass off when Jericho started wearing trunks again. Wait, he's wearing trunks? Wait. This current gimmick, the learning tree, he's wearing trunks? I don't know if I've even paid attention to that. Here, I gotta Google that, because, my goodness, if there's one thing we don't need any visuals of, Google, how old is Chris Jericho? Oh, goddamn. Yeah, he's pushing 55 years old. Yep, and in this picture, he's wearing trunks. Holy shit. What is Chris Jericho doing? It's like, is AEW purposely trying to drive the fans back to WWE? I feel like they are. I feel like they don't want anybody watching them. Like, what are they doing? Yuri called it all murdered wrestling yesterday. All murdered. Yeah. It's about chat. I'm about to type something for you guys. So, before mark my words, before we hit the year 2030, chat, it's going to have gone from all elite wrestling to all extinct wrestling, chat. No way! No way! She's here! Jen! She got the notification, everybody. Her YouTube is working. Her YouTube is working. What's good? What's good? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good, Jen. Yeah, I went on a little rant about Tony earlier, and I was doing the whole making fun of him, how he is at the AEW press conferences after the show when he talks for 3 hours, and he's like Tama Tonga, he's like everything's fine. Oh, great matches. Oh, it's all good. But really great matches, blah, 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 blah. You don't hear anything that he says until he gets to really great matches and put on a string of really great shows and great matches and really great shows. That's all he says. It's like, fucking shut up. Yuri says, who's Jen? I mean, Yuri, are you new here, sir? Are you new to the OTS family? You learn something new every day. So we're gonna learn Yuri something right now. Yuri, say hello to Jen, who would be your OTS tribal queen. You know what's funny, Jen, is I don't remember before you changed your name to OTS tribal queen what your name was before. It was Jen something, wasn't it? I can't remember what your original name was anymore. I was thinking about that the other day, and I was like, bro, why can't I remember Jen's original YouTube name? How are you doing today, Jen? Hope your day was good. I just got done talking about my 3 days from hell, starting with gallstones 72 hours ago. So I was I crawled out from the fucking death's clutches and decided to throw on just a random non-wrestling day stream just to talk to everybody today and see how everyone's doing, because I've been going through it. So it always helps to just get your mind off of shit and come talk to your homies for a little bit. At least for me, it does. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, Yuri, that's Jen. She, yeah, I didn't know you didn't know her name was Jen. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's all good. That was some. I mean, I literally thought I was dying, Jen. I literally thought I was fucking gonna die, and I don't know, bro. Don't know if I've ever thought I was gonna die before, but I was pretty certain that's what was happening, and that just does something to you mentally. I'm not really sure I want to fucking do that again unless it's actually serious and not a trick. Damn Ghoulstein's hurt. Is that a wrestler or? Besides Mox making himself Mox the Hedgehog, the only thing I like about last night was Tony Storm's kinky promo. So here's the thing with this Tony Storm shit. Okay, for whatever reason, AEW is turning into a mud show, and they're doing it's like they're turning into GCW Dynamite. I don't think I've ever seen a wrestling show on a weekly cable television station bust out some GCW backyard wrestling light tube stabbing, impaling shit in a match on primetime television when children are watching. I thought that was insane. Um, they're also using shock value. It's like they're resorting to shock value. Even the shock value that was used in ECW back in the day to keep them kind of in the conversation, mentioned along with WCW and WWE. Even ECW shock value of the late 90s wasn't as egregious as this. Like, they're just doing shit just to get talked about at this point, and they don't care whether it's good or bad. And I know they say like any press is good press. Not all the time. I know a lot of times negativity can get you more talked about, more trending, can boost your sales of your merch, your albums if you're an artist. I know how it all works with negative press, but you keep at something that people aren't a fan of for long enough, you're just driving them away. So when it comes to Toni Storm's promo, I don't like that she's getting more and more adult with her language, right? She started just with the chin up, tits out, and now she's talking like the harder they come, and she's using all these sexual innuendos, and I'm like, why are we doing this now? Like, I just don't understand. none of that was needed. I liked the Timeless Tony Storm gimmick the first time before they had her come out as her old self just to go back to Timeless again. That's what ruined this whole thing for me. If they would have just kept her Timeless this whole entire time, I'd still be as high on Tony Storm now probably as I was when she started this gimmick. But they stopped it to dress her up like her old rock star Tony Storm shit for a couple weeks just to go back to Timeless because the fans shit on it. So and then they never explained why. So fuck them. Haha. My man from down under. Say what up to JB, everybody. He's also an OTS member, VIP from Off the Scripts chat. He lives in Sydney, Australia. I have no idea what fucking time of day it is for him. It's probably like 3 in the morning. I don't know. And I think he's probably on Friday already. Might even be on Saturday. Because they're from the future chat. We're way behind them. Welcome in, bro. I appreciate. Holy shit, this might be the biggest. I don't think I've seen the number that I'm looking at in my chat right now. Everyone, wow, I did not expect to have this many people in here. Holy shit. Thank you guys so fucking much. Holy smokes. We are live. We are live. Thank you. This is crazy because, wow, you guys just really just warmed my heart because there's nothing wrestling to talk about really, chat. Like, you guys are just coming in here to say what up is fucking incredible. So, Jen says they do that spot and have him retain, all on a random Dynamite and not pay-per-view. This is not as bad as... I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic. I read the words backwards. I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. Is this not as bad as late WCW? Jen, I remember back in that time period when WCW had already hit its height. Oh shit, like look at me, chat. You guys can't even see my face. I sunk down in the chair so much I wasn't even paying attention. What the fuck? Noob streamer, everybody. My bad. That time period in WCW where they had hit their height with the NWO, and then they were just starting to add everybody and their mama to it, and it was starting to get clusterfucked, and nothing was making sense, and you kind of started to feel backstage like, or you kind of started to feel like things backstage might not be so hunky dory anymore. You know, you can kind of tell in wrestling when shit's kind of not going smoothly backstage. You just feel the tension going on. To your point, even when you could tell WCW was about to go under, I don't think that feeling was as bad as the feeling I get with what's going on with AEW. If this was anybody other than the son of a goddamn billionaire trillionaire that owned AEW, this shit, AEW wouldn't have been 5 years in already doing this shit for the last 2 years. They would have lasted the 3 years that they were good, and if they would have resorted to what they've been doing the last 2 years, they would have already folded. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced of that, chat. And Tony's just going to do whatever he wants because he's got the money to do it, so he doesn't really care. And he'll just pay the TV station whatever cash they're looking for if he can't match the ratings. So that'll just keep him on TV. But you're right. It's late WCW wasn't this bad, and late anything ECW ever did that was done for shock value that everybody was like, oh my god. And there's a lot of mud show shit that I've seen that's not as bad as some of these decisions in AEW, bro. Like, he had that, like, I just have that image of them nails in his back, bro. The fact that he didn't lose. Chat, what is this for? Why are they making Moxley like the tribal? It's like they're copying the tribal chief gimmick with Moxley. And I don't know. Like Jesse was saying last night, like, I don't want AEW to be WWE, but what Jesse failed to mention last night was the fact in other areas of AEW that still do copy WWE. Case in point, like I just mentioned. They still carbon copy WWE like a motherfucker. So I don't know what he was talking about. But I don't need to see. As a wrestling fan, I grew up only knowing WWE until my teenage years when I discovered WCW. I did not know there was an independent wrestling scene. I did not know that there were extreme forms of wrestling until I've obviously found out about ECW. But the only reason I found out about ECW was through WWE when Jerry Lawler would shit on him on Monday Night Raw, and he would bring up Paul Heyman and those guys over in ECW with that bull, whatever he would, he wouldn't swear, but he would always make fun of ECW until Paul Heyman came into WWE, and that's how I found out. Like, you didn't get to watch ECW on the West Coast in the '90s, Chad. It wasn't on TV, so it was a little bit too late. Like, ECW was already probably tanking by the time I discovered them. So I didn't get to really get into them in their prime. But there's nothing I have ever seen from that time period of original ECW shit that I can think of that is more egregious than some of the stuff I've seen on Dynamite as of late. And I don't like all that. I don't like all the extreme shit. I don't like watching dudes get hit with light tubes. I don't like watching Joey Janela jump off of a Costco rooftop and land through 15 plate glass windows. I don't like watching it. I don't like watching people get cut. I don't want to see people bleeding. I don't want to see glass shards sticking out of people. It's bad enough when somebody blades, and when Austin was in the sharpshooter to Bret Hart in the middle of that ring on his elbows, and blood is pouring down his forehead and trickling off his nose like a faucet, like when you turn your tap water on. That's about all I can handle, chat. To be honest, when it comes to violent wrestling, that's enough. We don't need to do, for me and what I like, we don't need to do any more than that ever. I understand when certain violence happens, if it makes sense. I can deal with a little bit extreme stuff. But what I absolutely don't get is how you're going to hit a guy with a nail bat and still lose. That's what's really just a kind of, forget what we saw, forget any of the spots that were done that were egregious. The outcome is the most egregious thing. Am I right? How the fuck are you going to do all that shit to a guy and lose the match? So now Moxley can say what? He put somebody over? Nah, bro, that doesn't count. Moxley's already been over. You can't put a dude over who's been day one in the company. He's a day one. The flag carrier for AEW. Dean Ambrose. AEW lifer. Still for my money, chat, to this day, I want to say, was it back in 2017 or 2018? Dean Ambrose had that match with AJ Styles. Was it AJ Styles? Or was it Mick Foley? It was on a SmackDown. I think it was AJ Styles. Damn it, now I don't remember. I don't remember the opponent, but the match I'm thinking of in my mind, that's still to this day my favorite Dean Ambrose / Jon Moxley match. It was a WWE match he had. Nothing he's done in AEW has really wowed me. Is really, I mean, there was, like, for the first couple years, I was a huge Moxley fan because he was such the workhorse, and every time AEW had them bouts where, like, all the wrestlers were injured and whatnot, he was always healthy and working, and he was always there to keep the show going, which is why he kept winning the championship. So I was fine with it, but now I'm not okay with this stuff because this booking is absolutely uncalled for. Oh my god, the chat's going crazy. I have had to scroll up so far to catch up to comments. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, exactly. The harder they what? Tony Storm said that in her promo last night. The bigger they are, the harder they come. That's what I don't like. You don't need to start. I know, like probably the younger audience probably gets a kick out of her making the sexual references and whatnot. And to each his own. I just feel like for my liking, you don't need to do that. Like the chin up, tits out thing was enough for me. Like she can keep saying that, use that as her catchphrase. I thought that that was funny, and it fit her gimmick. But she just seems to be getting a little bit. She's just pushing the envelope with her language a little more and more each week. I feel as of late, and I don't really feel like it's needed. But that's just my opinion. I still like her as a wrestler. Tony Storm is milking the gimmick at this point. She's over the top. Yeah, thank you. That's what I feel like. She's doing too much now. She's trying too hard when she was already over, in my opinion. Right? She didn't need to. She didn't. The chin up, tits out thing was good. It was perfect. All of this other stuff is, I don't know. At least for me. I know a lot of you still like her gimmick and what she's doing, and that's okay. I'm not knocking you for it. Just for my personal taste, it's too much. It's too much. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through your comments. Upset alert. Drake is pressing Missouri up 11. Wait, OTS? Queen, you're watching. You watch March Madness too? There's no woman in this country watching March Madness. I'm sorry, there ain't no way. There ain't no way. You watch March Madness for real? And you live in New York and you're a mom. I've never heard of this. This is like a gotta be a one of one scenario here, chat. Do you hear Soraya is going to retire again very soon? No, Yuri. Who said that? I will get an X account soon, Huli. I'll let you know when I get it. Yay! I will be so happy when you get an X account. I wish Jen would get an X account. You can streamline your Twitter so you don't see fuckery. I don't know why that's not talked about enough. I don't really see a lot of bullshit on my Twitter, chat. Because I don't follow famous people. I don't follow like movie stars and celebrities or anything like that. I don't even follow all the wrestlers like you guys do. I don't follow no wrestlers. If you go look at my Twitter and who I follow, it's all you guys. It's all like my people that like real people that I meet. I follow like business accounts of like, I'm a big foodie. I love food, so I'll follow a bunch of like food like restaurant people, people on TV that have food channels, people that do food channels on YouTube. I'll do people that do wrestling talk podcasts on YouTube and shit like that, but like average people. I don't follow like famous people, and because I don't see a lot of all the drama that you guys all see. Like JD a lot of times will come in talking about the drama that he got from this, that, and the other thing, and I'll be like, I didn't see any fucking thing, bro. I don't know where you guys see all this crazy stuff, but my Twitter experience has really been a nice one, but that's because I do it right. I'm not there for bullshit. I'm not there to waste my time and like be in high school. I just want to vibe with what I'm into. I'm not there to talk shit to people about what they're doing that I see that I don't like. You know what I mean? Everybody can have an opinion, but I'd rather spend my time. I mean, if I see something that I don't agree with, that's about something I like, I will tweet an opinion about it. Don't get me wrong. But when I'm talking to people, a lot of times people will talk shit to me and I won't even respond to them because that's not why I'm there. If I can think of a good one-liner to zing them back, then I'll for sure do it. I'll for sure respond. But most of the time I just don't talk shit because it's a waste of my time. I'm trying to build this thing, you know what I mean? I'm trying to grow a community of people around me that are positive, and like, we all go through our hardships and we all have our bad days and we all have our negative thoughts and stuff, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, I just want to do something where we can all put that aside, because I know individually we all struggle. Me especially. I mean, dude, there are times where I thought about putting a camera up in my apartment and just recording my stupid ass everyday life, because people just don't understand how I'm a thing, based on the fact that there's just some things about me, if you don't know me, that are really commonplace things in our society in terms of like how one lives on their own and supports their self. Usually, there's only one way to do that. And because I don't fit in that parameter bracket, it makes it hard for people to kind of uh, get me, especially if you're the type of person that like has to work for a living, to support yourself. People just automatically assume I'm either a lazy bum or something along those lines. But it is what it is. That being said, I just want to build something where when I'm having days like I had 2 days ago and yesterday, and I'm like literally wanting to just pew pew. I Antidepressants don't work for me, chat. Going to a shrink and a therapist, I've done that for years. I did that. I was forced to do that as a kid. I was a lab rat test dummy for Zoloft, for Prozac, for any kind of new wonder drug for mental health that they dropped on the market back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. I was a lab rat for. So um, when I was 25, the year that my son was born, I think he was a couple of months old, and I just mentally, I just was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't be a zombie anymore, chat. So I left the pharmaceutical world behind, and I said I'm going to find the way through healing, find the way of healing through nature. Um, yeah. Matthew is from Australia. Huli, who is in East. Dylan Matthew is from Australia. Huli, who is in Isa's chat. So it's like I want to say 9 a.m. in Australia. Didn't JB say who was Wait, the number's bigger now in the chat. Okay, we've gotten one more person added in. I don't know who's all in here, but I love every single one of you. Thank you guys so much. Wait, I've been talking for an hour and 12 minutes. There's no way. I feel like I've been streaming for 10 minutes only. Jesus Lord. Didn't JB say what time it was in Australia? I thought he did, but I can't find the message. Soraya isn't all that good anyway, says Lori Lynch. What I want to know is, somebody brought this up the other night in JD's chat, I believe, or maybe it was on TNT. But Mercedes Moné is in AEW. So is Soraya. Didn't they have a little incident back at Madison Square Garden where Soraya was just coming back from her injury and she'd been gone for a couple of years, and Mercedes gave her a nice little kick to the back of the neck when she wasn't ready for it and re-injured her? I'd like to see Soraya get her comeuppance for that, chat. I don't know about y'all, but I kind of want to meet Soraya in real life when I was a teenager. Yeah, when Soraya hit the main roster and beat AJ Lee for the Divas title, bro, that was epic peak. Paige. I loved Paige when she first showed up on the scene. Sometimes when a talent gets that popular that fast, their personality comes out, their real life personality comes out a little too quickly, and they reveal what kind of a douchebag they are in real life. And unfortunately, for me, Soraya did that. So, and then she married Ronnie Radke, which I don't have a problem with Ronnie Radke. He's actually funny, but I feel like if you met both of them in person, they're probably dickheads. I think it's safe to assume that they're probably not the nicest of people. If you were to just randomly walk up to them and say what's up, I could be wrong, but celebrities in general tend to be dickheads in person in public when they're on their own time anyway. Eric Bischoff and Vince Russo admitted to basically sabotaging WCW on purpose, and it mirrors AEW right now. I don't even think it mirrors AEW right now, because I don't necessarily buy into Vince Russo saying he sabotaged WCW. I think if you listen to Vince Russo talk, I think Vince Russo just didn't come from the wrestling biz and got into it somehow. And I think that he just wanted to be long. He wanted to belong, and the harder he tried to fit in and belong, the more the bigger of a wedge he drove between himself and everybody in the wrestling business. That's the way I always took Vince Russo. Bischoff, yeah, I can see him just saying, "Hey, this used to be my baby, and now it's going to shit. So let's just tank it." But Vince Russo, I don't believe that he ever wanted really anything bad to go to happen in WCW. I think that he was really trying to reclaim his name from his time in WWF. But he wasn't very good in WCW. He had a good run in WWF for a few years, but wasn't really all that long lived, to be honest. And when you're talking about guys in the wrestling game, Vince Russo's career was really small in the wrestling industry compared to like a Bischoff, a Jim Cornette. I'm sorry, chat, but Jim Cornette, bro, I know a lot of people aren't, and I know there's some in here that aren't cool with Jim Cornette, but man, if you could get past his little hillbilly accent and the fact that he's from the old school, chat, you got to learn to appreciate the old school because if you didn't have the old school, you wouldn't have what you have now that you're really more into. For me, I'm so old school that the more new school happens, the more old school I go and I become in my mind, and the more I search that content out and I watch less and less of today's current product. But that's me. I feel like wrestling back then was much better. And if you listen to Cornette and how he would book, I don't know if you've ever tried to picture and vision how he books. I'm telling you, anything that Cornette could come up with would make AEW an immediate 1 million rating every week at least. They'd be hitting the 900,000s a million every week if Cornette was writing the show. I promise you. Promise you. Because he understands the dichotomy of how a bad guy and a good guy should play off each other in all the different scenarios. Jesse trying to either defend AEW Extra last night or he just wanted to assume the alternate take versus JD. Yeah, that was some crazy shit from Jesse last night, huh, chat? I looked over at the chat box and it was like, I mean, the chat was going like this on my screen. It was Jesse, what the fuck, bro? What are you doing? Jesse, stop. Like, everybody lost their mind with Jesse last night. And I was just like, I sat back like this. I literally pushed my chair back and I was just watching. I folded my arms and I was just cracking up laughing. I was like, is he going to keep at this? And he kept going. I thought he was going to keep going to a point until JD like lost it, but credit to JD, he handled that like a professional. And I don't always usually agree with Jesse very much about his takes, and how we see wrestling a lot very much differently. Old school, we're very similar in our wrestling, what we like. New today's product, we're opposite ends of the spectrum a lot of times. Recently, Jesse's been having some takes that I've been resonating with, and I've commented that in the chat. Last night, however, I don't know what happened last night. I don't know if that was on purpose. I don't know if Jesse was kind of having an off day. There was a look on his face that I don't. I got the vibe that maybe he wasn't on his A game last night for whatever the reason. I'm not saying that. I'm assuming it was probably something going on at home. When you have a job and a wife and kids and stuff like that, it's not always easy to separate that and then turn the camera on and pretend like, hey, everybody, you know what I mean? And so when you're a content creator, you got to do that. And I will trust me. Thankfully, I haven't had a situation where I plan for a stream and then some bullshit happens and then I got to still go and do the stream. Thankfully, I've just every time I've streamed, it's like I'm chilling for the day and there's nothing really bothering me and getting my mood down other than fucking gallstones like a bitch. Holy shit. Um, I didn't know that TNA existed until late 2006, shortly after Jeff Hardy left. My dad told me about it. Yeah, man. When I discovered TNA, tits and ass wrestling, total nonstop action. That was when WWE left Spike TV. They acquired TNA. That's when I discovered TNA. And Kurt Angle went over there. They had Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, Petey Williams. You know, OG TNA is even better than AEW. Jen, if you're still in the chat, am I right? I don't know if Jen's still here. The numbers went down a little bit, so I'm not sure if Jen is still in here, but had about 3 dozen people in the chat going at Jesse again. That was the most people I've seen going at Jesse last night. I'll see from time to time some trolley names going against him, but I'd never seen a whole thread of just where the chat screen was like going, and it was all about Jesse. Like that was wild. It was crazy. Mike Rouse says, I found WCCW in 1978. We got cable in 85, then I found WWE. Then in 87, I found WCW and AWA because AWA was on ESPN. Oh, wow. See, I don't think my family got cable until I couldn't tell you when I noticed that my family first got cable. It had to have been 80 between the year of 1989 and 1992, I believe, was when we got cable. Unnecessary violence. Sorry, I'm talking and I'm not reading chat in time with what I'm talking about. So by the time I'm getting to these messages, I've moved on from whatever you responded. You remember watching what on tape, Yuri, when you were 4? Ha, JB, we're the best kick out. You know, Yuri, that's crazy to read you say that it's a submission match because I always thought this whole time that it was an I Quit match. And he passed out. I always thought it was an I Quit match. It was just a submission match, huh? That's crazy. Samich says you can only suspend your disbelief so far. No one is coming back from that mock spot last night. Maybe Zeus. Yeah, like when you have multiple nails inserted into your skin, right next to your spine, I would think that that would be like a death blow. You know what I'm saying? They got James Ellsworth. What are we talking about? I'm so confused by my own slow ass chat reading that Mox did that spot specifically for a reason to serve his sick pleasure of violence and omnipotence. I think Mox is trying to change the identity of AEW single-handedly. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like he's taking control of a situation and he's like, no, this is the direction that I want to go. And this is what we're doing. That's what it feels like. And he's winning because nobody's stopping him. Mox was better in WWE, but he was a crybaby because they wouldn't let him do that shit. Lori Lynch is she's speaking her truth today in this chat, everybody. Lori Lynch doesn't usually get this candid in JD's chat. I like it. Tell us how you really feel. Issa got a kick out of that last night. She got a kick out of what, Mike? The spot with Moxley? Eddie Foster! You were the number that came in here. Okay, you were the extra number I noticed in my chat a few minutes ago. What's up, bro? Good to see you. How's your day been? Oh, everybody's into March Madness, man. That's the one sport that I never got into in my whole life. I was always big into basketball, always. At one point, I was more of a basketball fan than I was a football fan in my youth, but I was never I don't know what it was about college basketball. I think what really bothered me when I was a kid was college basketball was two halves. You had the first half and the second half. So you played like 45 minutes and 45 minutes, or 30 minutes and 30 minutes, or something like that. It wasn't 4 quarters like it is now. So it pissed me off. It wasn't like the NBA, and I just couldn't. I couldn't. It just annoyed the shit out of me. Your mom likes Kansas and your dad likes Missouri. That's funny because that was like the home I grew up in, being my dad from Nebraska and my mom from Oklahoma. It was Cornhuskers versus Sooners all the time, and that was like their number one rivalry with each other. The two actual teams back in the day when I was growing up, they were like main rivals, and so it was just funny. Our Truth follows you. He'd been following me, bro. But congratulations. He's actually fuck with him. He'll respond to you, bro. He responds with anytime I engage our truth on social media. He fucking responds. I'm not kidding. Or he'll like it or repost. I don't. He not necessarily will engage in conversation back with you, but he will notice and he will like your shit and repost your shit. And sometimes he will respond if it's something that catches his mind. Um, but he's way more interactive. The John Cena following thing. John Cena doesn't run his own Twitter. I hope everybody knows that. He's not actively following 1,000 people every day. That's either a social media person hired that works for him, or that's done AI auto generated, I think. Um, I'm trying to get our truth to follow me on TikTok now too, because he follows me on Twitter. So I keep trying to interact with him on TikTok. So hopefully I'm trying to get him to recognize my name because I want him to follow me on TikTok. I don't really know why. He is one person that's famous that I do follow. I said I don't follow famous people, but I follow John Cena, and because I like his daily quotes, and because he follows me, and same with our truth. Our truth is so funny. I followed him because he's fucking hilarious, and I'd never expected that he was gonna follow me back. So that was pretty sick. But he wants to be John Cena. So John Cena follows 1,000 people a day. So our truth is trying to copy John Cena by following everybody. That's what he's doing. It's pretty clever. I don't even have Twitter, and I'm fine because social media is toxic as fuck, like the toxic relationship John Cena been suffering. The toxic relationship John Cena's been suffering with you, Yuri, and with everybody in the chat. He included all of us. We were all his toxic relationship, he said. You know, JD went off Monday because Mercedes asked him to leave during her match from HOG. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this real quick, and then I want to move away from it because I don't want to misspeak about something that I wasn't a part of and that I don't know for sure many of the details of. I know that the situation happened. I don't know who specifically was in charge of one requesting that. I don't know what brought it about. I don't know anything. I just know that I reached out to JD as a friend and I said, I know how much your gig at Hog means to you. And I don't know if anything that I've read is true or not, but I just want you to know I support you. I'm your guy. I hope you're okay mentally. Don't let these people get you down. In fact, look at it as a blessing because think about it. JD is just he's a YouTuber. He's become something bigger now 10 years later, but he started out in his bedroom turning on a webcam and talking like I've just started to do. I'm basically where JD was when I found JD like 12 years ago. You know what I mean? I'm even farther back because when I found JD, he still had a few thousand subs. I think he was at like between 10 and 20,000 subs when I found him. Maybe not even numbers that big. It might have been less. But I mean, clearly I don't even have 100 subs yet. So I'm really starting out at the bare bones. He's just a pro wrestling fan that loves to watch wrestling and wants to talk about it and wants it to be better and talks about what he sees that is a problem and how, hey, you should try this to make it better. And he's got the second largest wrestling promotion in North America making them kind of moves because of his vocal opinions on his own YouTube platform. He's not vocalizing his opinions about Mercedes Moné during a HOG show on commentary. So I thought it was very strange. It was very, unless this was done for JD. There's part of me that wonders if they all created a scenario for JD, right? And that JD's in on it. But you know, my wrestling mind, everything's always a work, right? So part of me wonders if this was all just drummed up to get everybody talking and to get JD a little more notoriety. You know what I'm saying? That could be it too. You just don't know. So if he was taken off commentary specifically because Mercedes had an issue with him, it's the weakest thing I've ever seen anybody do in pro wrestling in the independent scene. I don't know who in the hell would feel. I can't even wrap my head around it, chat. Like, I sit here and try to contemplate, like, Mercedes Moné didn't. For one, I don't believe you will never convince me that Mercedes Moné watches JD. And I'm not saying that as a knock on JD. I don't think she's got the time. I don't think she's so focused on herself, as you can clearly tell. There's not probably much. She got divorced from her husband. She's so up her own ass that her marriage failed. Now, I'm not saying she's the reason for the failed marriage, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of either her or her husband cheated, because I've dated somebody that was an egomaniac like that, and them relationships are impossible. They're impossible. They're impossible. So my point wasn't anything about why Mercedes' marriage failed. That's not important. The point I was trying to make is that she is so into herself and her career. How would she have time to watch JD? She's going through, JD puts out a lot of fucking content. She's going through all of it, sifting through it all to find the points where he gets to, oh, Mercedes Moné dis. And then she's saving all of those receipts. No. Somebody went to her and was like, you know, the commentator for House of Glory talks a lot of shit about you on YouTube. You should probably try to get him removed. You wouldn't want him talking bad about you during your match. Mercedes probably thought, you know what? You're right. I'm going to go to my buddy Amazing Red, because Amazing Red and Sasha Banks are tight friends in real life. And she probably said, hey, I'd rather, I'm hearing that this guy is not a fan of mine, I'd really rather not have a commentator talking shit about me in my match. She probably probably just nicely said something to Red about it, and Red probably felt obliged, being that that's her friend, you know? And I don't think it was as malicious maybe as the IWC is making it seem, but it very well could be. If it was malicious and I'm wrong, then yeah, it's the weakest move I've seen in pro wrestling in a long time. I don't know why somebody like JD, even though he's got a decent sized platform, should not be. If JD was talking about, remember when JD went in on Alexa Bliss in WWE? Yeah, she clapped back at him, but did WWE overall really in general get involved with that? Did they go and try to have him removed from his gig? Did they try to have him removed from YouTube? Did they try to make it so he wasn't allowed to talk about the WWE superstars, at least on his YouTube? No. WWE is too big of a company. They're not going to acknowledge your existence. They're going to pretend like you're not a thing. Why AEW is so bothered by JD, I'm not sure, but you know, those that know me behind the scenes, that talk to me like away from streaming and whatnot, know how I feel about that. Like, I think that it wasn't on Mercedes Moné. Because like I say, I don't think she's got the time to watch JD to know even all the stuff he says about her. Because if she did, she'd know that he's never dissed her at all. So that's all I'm going to say about that situation, because I don't want to piss JD off, and I don't want to misspeak about things I wasn't a part of and that I know nothing about. I just know that, yes, he was removed from commentary for the Mercedes Moné match, but nobody really knows why, except for the people that were involved in him not being on commentary. So let's just hope and pray that nothing more happens and that he stays in House of Glory and this all just gets forgotten about and we move on, you know? Mercedes is just upset because a known fan of hers has a booming podcast and he's honest with his audiences. I don't even think that. How could you be upset about a known fan of yours having a booming podcast that sometimes you come along in his crosshairs? Like, I'll tell you this. One of my big apprehensions and hangups for starting to stream, people were trying to tell me to stream 5 years ago during the COVID. And I I let a lot of stuff prevent me from just saying fuck it and doing it. Um, one of those things, one of the biggest things was when I start putting myself out there, like how am I going to be received by people? Because the internet's full of trolls, so people are going to look for my weaknesses and my flaws, and then they're going to come back to me and throw them at my face on social media or in my chat, right? That's the biggest reason why I didn't stream. And then I thought, you know what? Why do I care? I don't know why I care. I think I care because I struggled in my life being accepted by people. I was always different. Um, I was always the odd man out based on my family's circumstances financially at the time, based on the religion I was raised in, based on a number of different things. I was always different from all the other kids in class, and they just exploited that on a daily basis. And it made my childhood life, especially at school, a living hell uh, for many, many, many years. And that you carry that with you, even subconsciously, chat. I don't give a fuck. You can get past your issues and stuff from childhood, but somewhere, behind in the back of your mind, it's always going to be there. And anytime I would think I want to stream, I should just stream. I should just say fuck it and stream. It was like I always came back to that, and I just couldn't, for whatever reason, just couldn't get over it. And I don't know what enabled me to, I do know what enabled me to help get past that. If I would have just, I never would have just hit stream on my own and just started doing this, me talking to a camera. This came about, me streaming one-on-one, talking to you guys. This all came about because of everybody that had my back last year. Midmo Smart, Big O Gaming, Raging Girl Gamer, Hoodie Rob Bebe, Scripps, Mike Rouse, Patrick Palmer. Oh man, I can see his. I can't think of his name now. He's in Rob Bebe's chat all the time. JP, is his name JP? JP something. A lot of you guys really were pushing me to stream, and then a bunch of you like Midmo, Big O, and Rob all letting me be on their shows and their platforms last year. Really allowed me to get a feel for what talking seemingly to some people that you can't see through a microphone would be like. And I'm thankful to them that they let me do that with them enough to get comfortable to go ahead and hit go live on my own setup and just do this solo. Because I probably wouldn't have done it. I probably would have never gotten to a point confidently where I could just click the button and go live solo. Now this is my seventh stream, my eighth stream, something like that. I think about it all the time, bro. I'm like, I don't have a background. I don't have a green screen. I don't have any overlays. I don't have an intro video. I got no bells and whistles, no funny sound effects. Like, I'm really like just talking to a camera at this point, and I'm already addicted to it. I'm thinking about, like, do I need a reason to stream? Like today, I just was like, I just feel like I got a lot to say. I wanna go stream, and I can't believe like the number I'm seeing in my chat. This is amazing. Thank you all so much for being here and listening to me rant and ramble. Share the stream out if you haven't already. I'd greatly appreciate it. Trying to grow this bitch as big as we can. Speaking to Yuri's point here, chat, I got on YouTube a couple days ago, and I saw a video from somebody he's just a YouTuber, I guess, Nothing, nobody with a big decent following or anything like that that I could tell. But my feed pushed his video, who I've never seen. I never knew this kid existed, and he was making a video on House of Glory removing JD from NY was his podcast topic. And I thought that was just like, wow. I mean, JD's gaining notoriety more and more by the daily, you know what I mean? And the fact that he's just affecting, how the hell could your opinions affect an actual company that's run by billionaires? Like, so I told JD that night, I said, hey, bro, I for sure now know, because of the waves that this whole story made, like big things are on the horizon for you. If not this year, next year. Trust me, chat, something big's coming for JD. Like, you don't just ruffle somebody's feathers and like, one man doesn't just ruffle a big ass company like an AEW like that just based off of your opinions for nothing. And someone's going to pick up on that he did that, and someone's going to want to add JD to their team. I'm talking like a big player, like a Sirius XM or something. I'm telling you, it's coming very soon for him. I can feel it. I can feel it in the scripts. He made it. My man. How you doing, bro? If you are still in the chat, I'm sorry I'm slow. I don't notice right away when people first join, because I'm still trying to figure out how to read everything going on my screen at once, but I get to you eventually. Hope your day is well, Scripps. I just got out of the ER yesterday with gallstones, so I am thankful that I'm not in any major pain right now, and I'm hoping I stay that way for another night, because a night and a half ago was one of the worst nights I've ever experienced in my entire life. And that's some real shit. Oh, let's get on this topic, shall we? Hang on, I missed some comments. Yeah, JB, when I got home from bowling, first I had to catch up on Raw, then I watched JD. First thing he did on his reviews, go off on Mercedes for 40 minutes. Yeah. JD has some very interesting followers, Jen says. Some of them join VIP for months or years and constantly go back and forth. Bro, like Midmost Mark we were talking about last night. Like the dude that was a 10-year, had been following JD for 10 years and then picked whatever time to go ham on him and got his ass benched after 10 years of following. What the fuck? I can't tell you how not a fan I am of having to be forced to eat grilled chicken now instead of fried. Good Lord, goddamn, I'm gonna be a miserable old man, chat. I really am. I'm gonna be that crotchety old grandpa that wakes up in the morning just bitching and moaning. Or when his grandkids come over, I'm gonna, instead of being like, "Oh, hey guys, how are you?" You know, and love on them and play with them, I'm gonna be the grandpa that's like, "Hey, get out of my garden! Hey, stop fucking with the cats!" You know, I'm gonna be that kind of grandpa who's screaming and yelling at everybody. People are gonna, "Hey, you want to go to grandpa's today?" No. Why not? He's mean and he doesn't buy us anything. That's a grandpa I'm gonna be. Straight up. Mean and he doesn't buy us anything. Facts. You come over to Grandpa's house, you better bring something for Grandpa, motherfuckers. Straight up. I ain't got much around here. And certainly don't got enough to be given out to nobody, so come correct or don't come at all. Pause. Pause. I meant visit me, chat. I was talking about my potential future grandkids now. Come on now. Y'all know that's not what I meant, sickos. Let's not act like AEW fans, chat. We're all sensible, sane people here. Oh, my God. Really? Oh, shit. The number keeps getting bigger, chat. What is going on? I don't know what's going on with my stream today, but I don't know if you guys are really, like, sharing my stream out like a motherfucker or what, but thank you so much. This is the biggest number I've had in here watching me. And on a non-wrestling show day, like, what? Chat, like, you guys keep shocking me every time I fucking turn this thing on. Every time. I'm like, I did not. Wow, that's crazy. I'm speechless. I'm so grateful that people are in here. I can't even believe it. Beyond the script running his mouth again at Grim. That's interesting you mentioned to me his name. Um, I don't know what's up with good old Harvey. He he's been doing some head scratching shit on social media as of late. Not sure what's up with that, but I think he's feeling some type of way, and I think I've tried to reach out to him and talk to him about that. But I'm not really sure if anything I said resonated with him or not. I hope it did. I would talk to that guy from time to time. Not often, but he was always solid to me. And then I started seeing, some of the moves he was making on social media, and I don't understand it, but I don't want to judge him because I don't know him like that. But I don't understand how what he's doing could be productive for him and his content. I think maybe he thought he saw a way to get more noticed. Um, I think at the end of the day, he's just a fan of JD, and he's been a supporter of JD for a long time, and I think he just wants to be recognized. However, I think that in this content creation game, you can make moves, but there's a code, that you kind of got to abide by. There's a specific etiquette that if you really want to make waves and make a dent in the social media content creation game, there's some rules you should probably abide by. And I don't agree with Harvey in terms of I saw what he did and it made me think of like how counterproductive. Because initially, yeah, he got the attention he was seeking. In that moment, what did it do? How many new followers did he get from it? How many new subscribers did he get from it? It did nothing but get him on JD's bad side, is what it did. And I think the guy genuinely loves JD. You know what I mean? Like he's a fan of JD, like we all are. Um, you kind of got to understand, especially when it comes to New Yorkers. And I don't mean this negatively because I know there's a bunch of you in my chat that live there. But you guys are a special bunch. I've been to almost every state in the nation, and I've not met a group of people more set in their ways and their beliefs and more ornery and stubborn and unwilling to listen and budge on things than people from New York. Now, with that being said, and that's not a diss, by the way, but New Yorkers are very stern. They're very hard nosed. They know what they like, and they don't want to deal with. They don't got time for no bullshit outside of what they like, right? They know what they want, and fuck off if you're not about that. That's how they live their life. That being said, you can't be a content creator or even a fan of a content creator and heavily support them and expect them to acknowledge the support you give. You just can't. Now, I think that we are all smart individuals here, and I feel like there has each one of us has a content creator that we hold near and dear to our heart, whether it's JD, whether it's something non-wrestling related. All of us have one social media content creator that we love dearly for their content, for their personality, whatever, right? If you choose to support that content creator, the one thing that you hope to gain from that is like maybe one day they'll notice you, right? Maybe they'll see my message in the chat and they'll read it. Maybe they'll see maybe they'll shout me out for my super chat. Maybe they'll do this, maybe they'll do that. It'd be cool to get recognized. And I get that. Everybody wants a little recognition, especially if they're trying to help support another person who's just a fan of whatever subject like we are. Because I don't think we look at JD like, oh, he's some type of celebrity. Like if we were meeting like a Randy Orton or, we're on like a Brad Pitt's podcast and he acknowledges us in the chat. Like we don't look at JD as like a celebrity figure. We look at him as like one of us, right? Am I wrong in saying that? But um, it'd be nice to just be acknowledged. I remember there was a time where, uh, actually, I'll be really honest about this. There was a time where I was really going through it because I thought in my mind I had done enough in the community that warranted some type of recognition from JD also. But the difference with me and Harvey is that I never vocalized that on Twitter. I never said nothing about it to anybody. I kept it to myself. Um, because as much as I wanted to say something or do something about it, you have to realize you can't expect another person to act or react to the same situation that you would as a person that you are. So if somebody is going to support my content and they come in here and I get monetized and they're super chatting and they're donating and they're cash apping me and they're doing all this stuff, is that going to get you more leverage? Is that going to get you more noticed by the content creator? Most likely. I mean, that's what anybody that is doing content creation is creating content based off a topic that they love and that they're interested in. I think if you don't have the dreams and aspirations of being a content creator that you want to get paid for your work, then you shouldn't. I'm not saying get into content creation to get paid because you want to make money at it, but there should be a thought in your head like, eventually I would like to be good enough at this to make a living off of it. You got to have the passion about what you're talking about. Like, I don't give a fuck if I never make a dime off this. I will get on here all the time and talk about wrestling till my heart stops beating. I don't care if I ever make a dime. That's how much I love professional wrestling. So, if you have a passion for something like that and you don't care about money coming in or not, at some point you probably will get to a point, or you could get to a point where you could make money off of it. But I don't I don't agree with the way he went about trying to get recognition he wanted, if that makes sense. And then it got crazier because, uh, Joey Janela was going back and forth with JD, and I clicked on Joey Janela's tweet the other night and saw his comments, and the first comment at the top of the fucking comments was Harvey making fun of JD, talking to Joey Janela about like, can you believe JD da 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 da, and I'm like, Harvey, why are you backstabbing, bro? And Harvey, I don't know if Harvey's gonna ever jump in here, if he's ever gonna watch me, if he sees this or hears it. I mean, JD sees what you do, bro. He knows. Like you made that comment jokingly, on Twitter, and I don't know if JD understood that you were joking or not, but he quote tweeted your tweet with your profile picture, and I know you got a kick out of it because it was like JD acknowledging you, but bro, it did more harm than good, bro. And I don't think JD is really a fan of yours at all, my guy. I really don't. You done pissed him off. And why support a guy? Why? I don't understand. Just chat. And I'm not judging Harvey. I try to understand people. And for the life of me, I can't understand why somebody. Holy shit, the number is getting bigger in here. How is this happening? I'm almost 2 hours in now, and I've not seen that number on my screen yet. This is the biggest number I've had in here live. Okay, I'm getting nervous. Um, you know, and I don't mean this in any kind of negative way towards Harvey. Like him and I don't have beef with the guy, but I just don't agree with his antics. But I just don't. I can't for the life of me understand how he thought anything positive would come out of that. And now you've burned a bridge, and you might have burned a few bridges. And on top of it, the guy that you've spent time listening to, that you've paid hard-earned money to support, why would you do that? Because you were upset that nothing positive was coming your way from him, so you thought maybe do something to get something negative coming your way because you know JD is more about the negative. JD will, if you follow JD on Twitter, you know that he responds more often to the negativity that he gets than the positivity, right? A lot of content creators are like that. That's not a knock. That's just a fact of how he operates on social media. I don't know if that was Harvey's thinking or what, but I think it backfired on him, and I wish the guy well. I wish the guy well. Scripps is in here. I already said that. I'm so far fucking behind. Um, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I've just gone into a big long rant about that situation. Oh my God, look how far down these fucking. I'm so slow, dude. You know, you watch content creators, and I don't know if any of you guys know content creators that are good at keeping up with their chat while they're live streaming. You know, I've watched a few of them. They make it look so easy, chat. I'm realizing how difficult this is. I'm just now seeing all these comments from like subjects that I talked about a half hour ago. I'm so sorry. Holy shit. I love that you guys are flooding my fucking chat though. Like, look at how far I'm scrolling down. Guardian! Wait, that's Midmo. I just saw Guardian's name. I just saw his name. Say his name and he appears. The GOC. My man. Bing. Thank you for stopping by Hoolie's house. Um, I'm a little better today, bro. Thank you. It's still been an epic fail of a day for other reasons because of my fatigue that I'm experiencing and my exhaustedness of being in the ER for 12 hours, them not letting me have a single drop of water, not even to wet my mouth. The level of inhumane treatment that I received while I thought I was dying is something that I'm literally thinking about talking to a lawyer about to see if I have any but it's the medical profession. What am I talking about? They literally did not give a fuck if I was gonna live or die on that gurney, in my opinion. But I'm still here. Vince beat God, but I beat death, motherfuckers. I'm here, and I ain't going out that easy. So great to see you, Guardian. Thank you so much for showing up, man. Uh, hope you've had a good day, bro. How you doing? I see Lori's comments about this. I see Mike's talking about this. Oh, I'm Billy, my man, Billy Bomb. He made it too. No way. Everybody's here. This is fucking sick, guys. Wow. Thank you so much, Billy. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Bullet Club, Mr. BCB himself is in the chat. Bullet Club Billy. JP is in Rob's channel one time a month. How come JP doesn't come in here? Somebody hit up JP. I don't ever see. I haven't seen JP in JD streams. I haven't even been to Rob's stream in a while. But the last time I was there, I don't think I saw. I haven't seen JP in a minute. I hope he's doing okay. Yeah, facts. I think we all will. I'm stoked. The fact that he got to fill in for Vince Russo with the coach was awesome. And then the fact that he had that little was he on Busted Open? Or am I tripping? Did he do something with Dave LaGreca? Or am I tripping, chat? Oh yeah, that's me. I'm telling you right now. Oh, yeah. If you're not one of my grandkids when I get old, and you're on my lawn, oh shit, I'm coming out with the stick, boy. I'm coming out with the Switch, straight up. Not the Nintendo either. I'm coming out with the fucking Switch to fucking cut butt cheeks, bro. Straight up. The fuck off of my lawn. That's why I put JD on the 55 inch so I don't get kicked out because I got bitched out about his mother's basement. Background. What? What? Scripps, you the man, bro. You the man. Thank you so much for being here, dude. That's awesome. I saw you streaming the other day and I popped in to say what's up to you. I've been looking out for you more and more. Um I'm trying to do better about that. My YouTube is weird though, because like a lot of people I've been following, it doesn't even show the little red dot when a lot of you guys go live, which I'm not understanding why. Because I've checked my bells, I've checked that I'm notified, I've got this subscription bell on. It says all. It's not custom. It's not set to off. Like, and even still, sometimes I actually have to go to your actual channel to actually see your profile picture with the red circle and it says live, because sometimes at the top of my screen you guys won't appear and I don't know why that is. Yeah, thank you, Guardian. Hope you're good as well, bro. I watched your little quick video yesterday. I'm really trying to get better. I got to get better about getting to y'all's content. Now that I'm trying to do this content creation thing, I understand a lot more. It's hard, man. It's hard when you watch big streamers and you watch a lot of them, and then also to find time in your day to do everything. And then, there's the friends that you make along the way that also want to content create. So it's us little guys that it's always hard to support us little guys as a group because we all know each other through JD, and that's our guy who we support. But then we all want to do this too. And then it becomes a little more difficult to be able to like support the little group as opposed to the one guy how we all met, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get better about supporting the group more now. You know what I mean? But yeah, everybody that I know everybody here pretty much knows everybody, so I'm assuming everybody knows Guardian and his channel. Everybody knows Scripps and his channel. Um, Minmo Smart's got a channel. I don't know if you know this. It's been on a hiatus for a while, but he started it last year for the build of WrestleMania, and he's got some good shit. If you go back and you're into anything WrestleMania XL, and even if not, give him a follow because I'm sure in the near future he'll pick up his content again. Go follow GOC. Go follow Scripps. He does wrestling content. Who else is in here that does wrestling content? Actually, if you're a content creator of any kind in my chat right now, put in the chat where everybody can find you because we need to spread the love and support one another. Wait, I see a name. I see. No fucking way. And I am so late to this note. I'm 12 minutes late. Tanmay! I bet Tanmay's not even here anymore. Tanmay, are you still here? Holy shit. Seeing the OTS. This is the OTS OG of OGs, everybody. This is the longest tenured subscriber in JD's chat right here. Popped into my stream. Lowly little old Hooli. Showed up to Hooli's house. That's incredible. Matthew's here? Matthew, bro, I'm sorry, dude. I'm struggling. I am struggling with the chat today. Here he is. My little homie Matthew. What's good, broski? Thank you so much for tuning in. It's good to see you, bro. Oh, you're from New York too? So that means Billy's from New York. Jen's in New York. I believe. Is Lori Lynch in New York? I might be wrong about that. No, where are you from, Lori? Who else is from New York? Who am I thinking of that's from New York? I can't keep up with my chat. And there's 12, 13, 14 people in here. What would I do if there was 50 or more? What? No wonder JD doesn't even give a fuck to look over at his chat half the time. There's no point. 4 good hours of gym today. Billy, I did not know you were like you got down in the gym like that, bro. Kudos to you, dog. I tried. Um, I've been making a concerted effort in the last year to clean up my life and get healthy, as healthy as I possibly can. I've been sick a lot of years. I've been sick a lot throughout my life. Actually, I had a really weak immune system as a kid and stuff, and I was constantly sick. So, um, for whatever reason, shit started resonating with me last year, and I thought I really need to take this seriously. So I've been on my health journey for the last year, and this year's New Year's resolution was there were some steps I took last year. I had to kick some old habits that were a part of my life for a long time that were not causing me anything positive. Dealt with those. I thought in 2025 this will be my year to clean up my diet and go to the gym. I went to the gym like a month ago for the first time, and on my wellness journey. Not the first time I've been in a gym, obviously, but the first time in the gym this year. I couldn't walk for 7 days, bro. That's how out of shape I am. I don't know about the lifting weights, bro, and the gym shit, dog. That's for a specific minded type of individual that I was not built with that mechanism in my brain to be a gym rat. I could not work out for 2 hours a day. I could not work out for 3 hours a day or 4 hours a day. I couldn't work out every other day. I couldn't work out 5 times a week. I couldn't work out. Bro, kudos to everybody that can get in the gym and pump iron, bro. I wish I could, man. I'm so jealous. I just don't have it in me. Yeah, if you're into the gaming streaming, Matthew's a good streamer. He plays Red Dead Redemption 2 and The Division 2 among other games, but those are the two I see him playing the most often. Yuri, you're not gonna. Now, if you want to see Huli mark the fuck out, if Issa were to ever join my chat, I'd probably propose to her. I'm not gonna lie. Or I'd pass out. One of the two. I'd freak out. Oh yeah, Lori's a content creator. I'm so sorry, Lori. I keep forgetting you have a channel about paranormal stuff, right? Do you post content very often, Lori, or do you go live at all, or do you have a streaming schedule? Make it a routine, Huli. JB, elaborate, my guy. Make what a routine? Grilled chicken sucks, chat. Fuck. I gotta develop a taste for this shit. God damn it. Yuri, did you know you don't need a camera to stream video games? Tell me what you play video games on, bro. But JB, if you're still in my chat, what do you mean? Make what a routine? Oh, daily gym routine. Um, I keep telling myself that I'm gonna get there, and then when I experienced the gym and I woke up the next morning, I was okay. The second morning, I was not okay. The third morning, I was not okay. You have to understand there's things about me that you don't know, JB, regarding like my health and stuff that I'm just not a regular guy like that. Like I'm not just a normal guy that I like there are things that I deal with on a daily basis that would make it very hard for me to I don't know if it would be even possible for me to be a daily gym person. I'll be doing good if I can get into the gym weekly. That's my goal for right now is to try to make it weekly, but uh, I'm cleaning up my diet for the like I'm taking steps to making my improved diet a daily routine, and when I feel like I'm doing that without having to force it every day like it's become a habit, then hopefully I know right now is the time I should be working on my dad bod and getting rid of it for summertime. That's ideally what I should be doing, but um I don't know. My plan for right now is to the diet thing's going to be really hard for me, so I'm really pushing that heavy. And especially now that I had gallstones, like I'm now forced, like I just can't eat the way I'd been eating now anymore. And I'm kind of panicking about it. So it's a little bit overwhelming to me right now in my brain. But once I sort through the diet thing, and it won't take me very long, but then I will then that'll be my last step is making the gym and being active like a routine way of life. And maybe not the gym daily, but just some form of activity daily I think for me would be good. Just some form of movement. Um if that makes sense. So, you play video games on PS5. You can stream games on Twitch through your PS5. You don't need a camera. And your chat will just see the video game screen. If you don't want your face to be on the screen, obviously, if you don't have a camera, then it won't be. And they will just see the video game that you're playing, and they'll hear your voice. Um, but yeah, you've had the ability to stream games on Twitch through your PS5 this whole time. I don't know if you knew that or not. You can on Xbox too, but I don't know how PlayStation's platform is run, so I don't know where to tell you to go on your home screen to access it. If you were gonna say you played on Xbox, I could tell you right away how to stream through Xbox. But if anybody else has a PlayStation, Matthew, if you stream on PS5, tell Yuri how he can in the chat, like tell him how he can stream. If anybody knows how PS5 goes, please help my guy Yuri out. Shit, I had 14 people in here and 14 likes. That's dope. You guys have. I think this is my biggest audience. If not, it's the second biggest audience, but I'm pretty sure it's the biggest. I'm pretty sure that number I'm looking at the top. That 14 is the biggest number I've had in here. That's fucking incredible. Um, I know I've also surpassed 20 hours of live streaming, so the timer is still counting, and it says I'm still live. So, unfortunately, this might be my last stream on StreamYard for the month because they only give you 20 hours of free streaming, unless you want to pay them up the ass. And I'm not about that life. You're like, why would you pay if you're not getting paid as a content creator? Why would you pay a platform before you're getting paid? Like that doesn't make sense to me. It's like when I start making money at this, then I'll start paying you. Fuck you talking about? I'm gonna pay you before I get money, huh? Whatever. Viewmaster. That little red thing, and you had the little white disc with the film, and then you would press the button and it would turn, and you'd see all the different pictures in like 3D. Is that what you're talking about? The viewfinder thing? Man, damn, toys were so basic, dude. Do you remember I don't know if anybody had this toy growing up, but this was one of my favorite toys still to this day of all fucking time. If you know, you know. Who grew up with a speak and spell? If you do not know what a speak and spell is, Google that shit. That was one of the fucking dopest toys for the time that existed back in the early 80s, chat. Dude, that was the one cool thing that my parents gave to me. Like, my parents were cool parents when they wanted to be. And, yeah, getting me a speak and spell was one of the coolest. They won major brownie points with me back then. Yep, that's a good shout out to Mike for that. Yuri, if you don't know already, Rage is the one to ask about game streaming. I don't know why that didn't automatically come to my mind, but she would be the one if you got questions. But there should be a little in your like when you press, like when I'm playing a game on Xbox and I press start, there's a little icon and an option for streaming, and when I click on that, then it prompts you to do the different things to actually get your stream going on Twitch. So it should be the same for PS5, I would think. And if you start streaming, make yourself a Twitch channel. If you don't already have one, Yuri, or if you do, put it in the chat and I'll follow you, bro. Fuck yes, Eddie Foster. Speak and Spell was one of the dopest fucking toys you could possibly have if you grew up in that. If you were alive between the ages of like 80 and 82, I think it was, if you had a Speak and Spell, bro, you were one of the cool kids. And I by no means was never a cool kid, except for the time that my parents got me the Speak and Spell. I felt like I was a cool kid. The Speak and Spell, I still wish I had that. I'm hoping that when I go through my mom's storage unit in the next couple of weeks, when I clean all of her stuff out, I'm hoping that the Speak and Spell is still in there, bro. I'm hoping she kept it from back in the day. It'd be a long shot because obviously I was a real little kid, but. Oh, Simon. I loved Simon too. Yeah. Simon Says was awesome. Matthew, I just got done playing Lost Records, Bloomin' Rage. Oh, good. You're helping Yuri go live. Yes, please like, share, and wait. I see another name. I see another name in my chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Amanda! Chat, this is my. I've known Amanda for so long. I feel like Amanda and Rage I've known for the longest amount of time in the OTS family. Um, Shout out to you, Amanda. How's your day been, hun? Thank you so much for coming in. How you doing? It is good to see you. I hope you're doing all right. Better than me, anyway. And as long as you're not having gallstones, pretty much anybody's doing better than me. My chat, you guys. Every time I think I've caught up, there's 30 more fucking messages. What is going on? What is going on? I love you all. I love every single one of you. I had StreamYard. They tried switching my payment info to $45. I said no. Starting next month, I'll be live streaming on Restream, a better play platform. I'm going to look at Restream. Midmo, if you're still in my chat, what platform was I talking to you about today that I looked at? Was it Restream? It might have been Restream. Because I was looking at Riverside, but that's more for editing and something else. And me and Otis, I'd been a guest on Otis's show through Riverside a couple times. I didn't mind it, but I think it's not as conducive for just live streaming like this, the way that StreamYard is. And I heard things about Restream too. So yeah, the problem with StreamYard is they want $45 a month if you want to pay upfront for a year. If you only want to pay month by month, it's $55 a month. And I don't want to pay no $55 a month. And yeah, no, not before I get. I don't need to get monetized per se, but I'd like to have a decent sized audience that I know I'm about to get monetized if I'm going to start paying a platform to stream. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a routine as it is. Like I'm just doing this winging it whenever I feel like it. So why would I pay somebody like $60 a month for that? If I'm a live streamer every day and I'm consistent and I got a decent following, then I understand. But not to just start out. No, that's counterproductive. Midmo admitting he's telling us some of his deepest, darkest secrets in the chat, everybody. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. I'm trying to read all this shit so fast. Yuri, if you want to stream just directly through your PlayStation without using a PC and a camera and all the other stuff, yeah, you make a Twitch account. Because I think once you click on it, like if you click broadcast on your PS5, it directly it turns your Twitch channel on. That's basically how you're streaming, is through Twitch. Besides, Twitch is pretty awesome, bro. If you watch gamers on YouTube, I like watching gamers on Twitch much easier. It's much easier than watching gaming on YouTube, I feel like. Twitch is pretty dope, especially for game streams. That's what it was meant for. Holy shit. What have I just seen? You can get a speak and spell on your cell phone? Please show me or tell me how, Mike. The voice sounded evil on the speak and spell. No, it sounded just like a bot, didn't it? I didn't think it sounded evil. I loved that thing, man. That was one of the coolest toys I ever had. You know, technology was so bare bones back then that speak and spell was literally mind blowing when you played that thing, bro. You'd be just like, what? How is this even a thing? Like, you couldn't even wrap your mind around a speak and spell back in the day. And now looking back on it, like how advanced our technology is, that's so bare bones and basic, right? But there's just such a level of nostalgia with the speak and spell. That is literally, man, every time I just see one or I hear the term speak and spell, man, I just get like all the feels. I get all the feels. Mike Rouse had lawn darts. Hey, lawn darts are still dope, bro. I love lawn darts. Thank you, sweetheart. Just fatigue and exhaustion today because, you know, the ER they wouldn't let me have anything to eat, obviously, because of gallstones. But even after they diagnosed me, they still wouldn't allow me to have a drink of water. They wouldn't let me even get my mouth wet. They wouldn't let me have anything. I was in there 12 hours with nothing. I went in there dehydrated as shit. But they gave me opiates, though. Right away, in fact. Opiates for you, sir, but not life-sustaining energy like, you know, water that your body is mostly made up of. But here, have this fucking new heroin we've got. This will take care of you. Well, is this going to... Am I cured? No. And in fact, not only are you not cured, but we're not going to remove the problem. We're leaving your stones in, and we're leaving your gallbladder in. So, the end result's going to be what? If you're experiencing pain again, come back and get another bag of dope. Okay, alright. GG's, America. Wait, when did you get Twitch affiliate? When? Have you been Twitch affiliated or did you just get it? Holy shit, if you just got it, type it in my chat right now. Sorry, chat. I'm just looking Matthew's stream up on my phone real quick. Congratulations, Matthew, man. That is fucking awesome. That means you're monetized now, bro. That means that people can sub to your Twitch stream and shit now. And gift you subs and whatnot. Badass. That is bad fucking ass. That's like you're living my dream, bro. I'm so mad I'm my age. I wish I was 20 years younger because I dreamed of a time where I dreamed of a world where I could watch any WWF content I wanted to at any given moment. I literally had that thought. I did not understand the concept of a YouTube or a live streaming back in the 90s, but I understood the concept of having a place to go where you could find all of the content in one area. I thought it would be more in like VHS video form or something. But same principle. And I also had the dream of wanting to be paid to play video games because those were my two big passions in life, was gaming and wrestling. So when I see friends and stuff succeed at that, it makes me so happy for them, and it makes me wish I was 20 years younger because I feel like my age has really put me behind the eight ball when it comes to Just making even a small name for myself in the gaming community. Like, who wants to watch an old gamer? Everybody's watching all the new gamers and all the attractive young people. You know what I mean? Oh, you want to? Oh, dude. Okay, so we're gonna get into a retro. That's what this is. We're talking retro shit now. Okay. So, good old Teddy Ruxpin. I want to say in 2015. Okay, it was 2017. So they re-released Teddy Ruxpin in 2017, and that was the Christmas present I bought my nephew that year because me and my sister begged as kids for Teddy Ruxpin, and he was too expensive for my parents. We never got him, but always wanted Teddy Ruxpin, and the new 2017 version was pretty cool. Loved seeing Teddy Ruxpin, even the commercials back in the day. Um, my sister, dude, my sister was obsessed with this toy. Holy shit. Amanda, you just unlocked my brain. Like, I never would have remembered this toy probably if you hadn't said it. The fucking Light Bright, man. If you don't know what a Light Bright was, you did not exist in the right time period, my friends. I'm sorry. I don't know if they still make Light Brights or not, but my God, I remember watching them commercials too, going, Mom! Oh, and how about, you want to get real old school too? Thank you! Wasn't Speak and Spell's voice Stephen? It was Stephen Hawking's voice on it, I believe. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I completely forgot about that sandwich. The voice on Speak and Spell was Stephen Hawking's voice. That robot that me. Yep. I totally forgot about that. You guys are unlocking like fucking hella levels in my brain from a long time ago. That's way crazy. That is insane. Light Bright. Okay, females in the chat. I know y'all had one of these. Oh my God, I love this. I'm looking at all the comments coming up. Okay, cool. Um, Light Bright was big. How many females in the chat had an Easy Bake Oven? My sister really stirred up a shitstorm back in the day to get an Easy Bake Oven. Like my sister wasn't going to take no for an answer when the Easy Bake Oven came out. Chat. I remember when I actually took the damn thing apart and I realized that how it cooks the cookies was just by a regular basic light bulb. They marketed it like it was some magical toy that you just mix up this little shitty, probably not even good for you, like cupcake mix, right? And then you put it in that oven, and then 10 minutes later, out comes like edible treats, and you'd be like, "How does this happen?" There's a fucking basic little light bulb in the damn thing that the cookie would just sit next to, and it would get hot enough and just cook the one cookie. All right, Yuri, enjoy your show, bro. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out, man. As long as you did, I really appreciate it, brother. Man, I will talk to you soon. And let us all know when you start streaming games, bro. Let us know. Electronic football, man. My dad's electronic football game was the shit, man. And when my mom got rid of that, oh boy. I think my dad fell out of love with my mom when she did that. I'm not going to lie. I think he realized that was probably the end for him. Uh, anything my dad loved, my mom seemed to find her way to and got rid of it for some reason. Not really sure. Matthew Bonneau types in all caps, "I got Twitch affiliate," like he just did. And then he says, "I've been Twitch affiliate since last year." So what are you typing it in all caps like you just got it for, bro? Damn. Oh, good, because I've been on WWE's Vault. Like, WWE and WCW's Vault's been showing the same 3 matches for like 2 weeks. And I'm like, it's funny because I'll go in there and I'll go into WCW's Vault and AB, if you know who AB Jobson is, he's always in like Otis's stream and he's always in JD's stream, but he's always in the WCW Vault chat too. I've seen a bunch of people from JD's stream in there. and I always go in there and I throw up the Roman Reigns and what's up OTS, and then start talking shit to all the kids from like India and stuff that are like Roman Reigns, Roman Reigns. It's funny. The thing that sucks is you need 12 people to sub. So you have to have 12 active subscribers in order to start getting money. Well, hey, are you still? How often are you streaming, Matthew? You start streaming more often and start putting tweets out on Twitter with your stream link. You know what I'm saying? Get your shit out there. Start advertising. Yeah, Teddy Ruxpin was a shit. A $60 bear that told stories. Jen, do you like anything? Jen, can you type something in the chat that you like and then we'll talk about it? Because I've never seen Jen type about anything like that she likes and that she like really enjoys. I haven't. Oh, she said I didn't see my dyslexia. Damn it. She wasn't knocking Teddy Ruxpin. She was making fun of Tony Khan. I just saw the TK at the end. I don't know how I missed that at first. I thought she was just making fun of a $60 toy that like read stories to kids. But now I understand the joke. A $60 bear can tell a better story than Tony Khan is what she's trying to say. That's crazy. But it's true. It's hella accurate. Yeah, I think they're still light brights. I don't know that they're as good as they used to be. I don't know that any of these newer toys are good as the old OGs are, but you have over 1,000 followers on Twitch. You didn't have 1,000 followers on Twitch last time I was in your stream. That's crazy. Good job, bro. Oh, Mike speaking of Pac-Man, have you played any of the Pac-Man 3D World games? Like from the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 days? I used to love those Pac-Man games, the 3D ones. But the first video game I ever played in my life was Pac-Man. I still have my Atari that my grandfather bought me when I was 5 years old in my closet. With the little joystick with the orange button, all of it. I had the very first video game EA Sports ever made was called Larry Bird versus Dr. J one-on-one basketball. I still have that game. I still have all my Atari games. Actually, that was some dope ass shit. Oh, that's why it's small. Okay, yeah, it's a compact version. I was gonna say I thought the ones back in the day were bigger and they stood up and they were a lot bigger. You could make bigger pictures. That makes sense. Yeah, my parents were like, nope on a lot of things, man. You're not lying. You know the thing that I wanted when the year like when my ex was pregnant with my son and she had she had her oldest boy from her previous relationship and they came out with that, oh, what was the name of it, chat? It was like the Easy Bake Oven for boys, but creepy crawlers, wasn't it? And you could make gummies, like little gummy bugs and insects and shit. That was the toy that I wanted like as an adult because I was like, dude, I'd rather make gummy insects and weird bugs and shit than those nasty Easy Bake Oven cookies. That was basically like paste you were making. It was like flour and water and sugar with like no flavoring. It was just literally like Elmer's glue, and then you put it in that Easy Bake Oven, and it would like turn into like some pseudo sub cookie. But girls went nuts for the Easy Bake Ovens when I was a kid, man. Little girls went crazy for them shits back in the day. Now what do little girls go crazy over like iPhones, right? And like fucking Kylie Jenner like makeup sets and shit. Whatever. I'm assuming that this is a Seinfeld reference. I don't know about you guys, but for my money, water is the most boring beverage on planet Earth. I fucking hate water. I hate drinking it. I don't like it, the fact that there's no taste. I'm just like, what is this nothing liquid that we're putting into our bodies that we're made up of that we have to in order to stay alive? It pisses me off so bad. I can't stand water. Can't fucking stand it. Oh my god, dude. I thought now I grew up when Cabbage Patch Kids came out. This was the number one obsession in my sister's. This was the number one toy. Fuck the Easy Bake Oven. Holy shit, I forgot about Cabbage Patch Kids. My sister begged and begged and begged. I don't know for how long. I don't know how many months, maybe even for years this went on. Not only did she want a Cabbage Patch Kid, but she wanted the preemies, the babies with no hair, and she wanted African American ones, and I don't know why. Um, I don't know. She had visions of being Angelina Jolie, I think, early on before Angelina Jolie was Angelina Jolie, maybe. I don't know. But she was fucking obsessed with Cabbage Patch Kid dolls on a level that I never ever saw in another human. To a point where when we took a road trip to back to Omaha to visit my grandparents one year, and when we get to my grandparents' house, they literally my grandma always had gifts for me and my sister because we lived far away. All the other grandkids would that lived in Omaha that saw my grandma every week, she never bought them shit, and it was because my dad was the youngest of all of the siblings, and we lived so far away we would only see her once a year, so every time we came into town we got treated like kings, and all of my cousins hated me and my sister because of it, man. We would show up, and now my grandma would have everybody to the house. My dad's name is Patrick, by the way, so she'd be like, Patrick's coming, and Patrick and the kids are coming, everybody's got to come over. So this would piss everybody off because they'd all have to show up knowing we're coming in. They all have to put on a good face. Hey, long time no see. And then my grandma would sit us on the couch with everybody around, and she would throw all these presents at me and my sister, and we'd have to open them in front of everybody, right? And so she would always get us like a milk carton of bubblegum balls, and every present that we would get from her, like each time we would visit, me and my sister would get the same thing, but it was always something different every time we would go. So this one particular year, we got the carton of gumballs because my mom would not let me and my sister eat candy or chew gum when we were kids, and we would beg at the store for gumballs, and she would not let us even get a quarter to put in the machine to get one of the big ones. So my grandma would buy the double bubble little milk carton with the little mini gumballs for your like little. You could buy the little mini gumball machines for at home, like the little toy versions, and she would buy the refill of it. So she'd give us the milk carton of bubblegum balls, and then this particular year, she gave us each a Cabbage Patch Kid. She gave me one, and I didn't even play with dolls, and I was like mad because I'm like, what'd you give me a fucking girl's toy for? Um, and like looking back on it now, I wish I would have treated that doll better. I think I ended up writing on like tagging, like scribbling, like I think I face tattooed it with a big pen, like a long time ago. I treated that doll like shit because I was mad that my grandma gave me a doll. But looking back on it, I was like, damn, why didn't I think that was dope? Like Cabbage Patch Kids were cool. Cabbage Patch dolls. And what I really fucked with was when I started getting into card collecting, the Garbage Pail Kids, chat. I loved Garbage Pail Kids, man. I still got packs of them in my closet. My buddy, no shit. My buddy, my buddy and me. I remember that commercial. That was like the human Teddy Ruxpin, right? If you didn't want a teddy bear reading you stories, you could have if you were a total I shouldn't say that because a lot of us had trouble making friends at school, including myself. I had no friends at school. I needed a my buddy, but my parents wouldn't buy me one. I didn't have no homies, bro. I had no homies. I needed a my buddy. My buddy. That's crazy. Kid Sister. That was the girl version. It was My Buddy and Kid Sister. Okay, cool. Somebody remembered. I was just thinking in my head, wasn't there a girl version, but Kid Sister. Wow. Wait, is there a Chucky that reads stories? Really? Like a Teddy Ruxpin, but they made a Chucky like that? I didn't know that, and if they did, I want to get it. Yeah, WCW's Vault is on a loop. Yeah, I hate it because it shows like 3 matches and then repeats, and I'm like, fuck, man. I just go in there and troll the shit out of everybody. The WCW Vault chat is fucking awesome because you can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want in there. I don't even think there's moderators in there. At least they're not yet. And it's pretty much a free for all. And everybody, like, it's so awesome to watch everybody chatting because a lot of people will be in the chat acting like those matches are happening, like we're watching like Raw live for the day. Like if you go in there, you'll see people being like, somebody will be like, "Is this happening right now?" And somebody will be like, "Yeah, this is happening right now. The pay-per-view's on right now." And it's just, I don't know, it's just funny because it's like obviously 30 years ago, but this is funny actually. We should give Tony Khan a Teddy Ruxpin with JD telling the AEW storyline he got from Grok. Bro, who was it that sent me a tweet about Joey Janela? It was Grok talking about Joey Janela. Let me look it up real quick. I gotta read this to you. Please tell me I saved it. I don't think he DM'd it to me. He must have tweeted it to me, which means good luck finding it. Fuck. Anyways, the tweet about Grok talking about Joey Janela had me in stitches. It was funny. The one thing that Jen likes, JD. Mike Rouse stating the obvious. Yes, yes, my guy. You're right. Touche. That's the one thing that Jen does like. That's she never disses is JD. She doesn't always agree with JD though. I remember like last year and the year before that, she disagreed with JD very heavily about things. Especially when it came to Triple H, Big Schnoz, she would call him her big whatever, talking about his booking and shit. She didn't really like a lot of stuff that Triple H was doing back then. Boom. You sold my dead bird to a blind kid. Oh, you sold my dead bird to the Petey? Yeah, the blind kid in 4C. Yeah. Oh man, that movie is goated. Yep, Garbage Pail Kids. Alf doll. I didn't have the Alf doll because that shit for whatever reason creeped me out, but I watched the show Alf. Very much Alf. Was a big Alf fan. Yeah. What was that other toy we liked but it's not Play-Doh? Oh, Silly Putty. Silly Putty. That came in the little red egg. And like you could press it up against like the comic book pages in the newspaper and then pull it off and then it would have the comic book page imprinted on it. Or you could like roll it up into a ball and like bounce it and shit like that. The Silly Putty, yeah. Silly Putty for real. Good call, Eddie. Whoops. You wish you still had your what, Amanda? Oh, your Alf doll? Yeah. That thing scared the shit out of me for some reason. Oh, what I did have was Gizmo. I had a Gizmo doll. I loved my Gizmo doll. Little stuffed animal. Yep. My Little Pony and Rain. The girls were into My Little Pony and Rainbow Bright and Voltron, Transformers, Thundercats. We had all that shit. Oh, my cousins were. My cousins had all the Strawberry Shortcake play sets, like the Strawberry Shortcake house, the Blueberry Muffin house, all the dolls, like the Strawberry Shortcake doll. When you squeezed her stomach, the air, like she had a hole in her mouth, so when you squeezed her stomach, air would come out of her mouth and it smelled like strawberry air freshener. And same with the blueberry muffin one. They were really popular back then. Wow, strawberry shortcake and fucking Care Bears. Do you remember Care Bears, man? Everybody had a Care Bear. Care Bears were the shit. The only one I liked was the lion because I thought all the other ones were girls. Um, Smurfs were the shit, man. Um, I had that Dream Phone game and still have the phone, nothing else. It still works too. Amanda Nicole. Amanda Nicole might be a hoarder. I don't know. Just kidding, by the way. That was a joke. You guys would run home and watch Voltron, huh? No, I didn't give it a neck tattoo, but I took Bic pen and like scribbled shit all over its face. I would fuck with my sister's dolls too to piss her off. One of my dad's buddies one time took my stuffed ET animal that I had and took scissors and cut slits in his armpit and then pulled the cotton out to make him have hairy armpits and then also did it in his pubic area and then gave me my stuffed animal back in front of my dad. And my dad's just shaking his head going like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude?" And I was bawling in tears. I was so sad he fucked up my ET, man. I was so sad. Mike Rouse, you got rid of your Garbage Pail Kid cards. I know you're mad about that. Scripps tried looking up Maple Leaf Pro and My Little Pony popped up. That's hilarious. That's actually funny. Jen says Timu Chucky dolls. What's a Timu Chucky doll? Oh, my buddy and kid sister. Chucky dolls weren't a thing back then, though, before My Buddy. Not that I remember. I never noticed no Chucky dolls before there was My Buddy. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's just how I remember it. Rainbow Bright. Yeah, man, she was huge. See, there's Jen talking about All Hail Big Nose. Everybody's got Roku. Am I the only one without Roku? Of course not, man. Hell no. I lived by the rules back then. Billy Bomb says he's got his Smurf toys from the 80s. That's crazy. We moved around so much, man. I wish I could have kept a lot of my stuff. I think I still have the original LGN figures, WWE, that all had an action that they would perform. Like I still have my Texas Tornado, Virgil, the Bushwhackers, Ultimate Warrior. What other of the LGN line did I have for wrestlers? Man, those were my favorite toys as a kid too, man. Those OG WWE figures. I wish they still made them. It's the figures that Zack Ryder, Matt Cardona has in his house, all in the case. It's them one, and he has the fucking most rare Macho Man one too. But he's got like the whole fucking collection of that lineup, and he's got all the new ones, like when they re-released like 10 years ago when they came out with like Roman Reigns and like Seth Rollins, and they did all the new wrestler versions of those old toys. He's got all them too. Wait, Patrick Palmer. Where's Patrick Palmer? Team of Chucky Dolls, he says, he was stone cold after I buzzed him. Just a little short, so I had to throw him up in the air and hit the kick on the way down. It was cool. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to keep up and I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce. I'm trying to like get on everybody's like, what the hell? This shit is hard. This is really difficult. Oh no, he remembered it. I couldn't think of it when I brought up Care Bears. The Care Bear stare. Bro, I bet that to hear that now, I bet would be so fucking cringy. I bet it would be so cringy for sure. That's insane. Bugs Bunny, the Super Friends. Oh, how about Tiny Toons? They're tiny, they're toony, they're all a little loony. And then you get Pinky and the Brain. We're Pinky and the Brain. And then we're Animaniacs. They are zany to the max. Remember all them Warner Brothers commercials, Batman the Animated Series and shit? That was like when I first started high school. No, I didn't have an 80s WWF ring because we were pretty much living under a bridge. So uh, I don't really remember toys until the 90s, to be honest with you. But shout out to my dad who busted his ass and got us out of a really dire situation on his own and gave us a better life. So, um, but yeah, the 80s, as I remember it, that was a rough. That was rough being a little new to the world infant and toddler in the 80s, man. It was a rough upbringing. I still go to my house. I still go by my house from time to time that my parents lived in when I was little. That little. I took my son over there a few years ago to show him where I grew up, and I just sat there looking at that house for a while, man, and just thought, just obviously I have very few memories of the place, but the memories I did have of that place are fucking nuts, chat. And it just, I can't even believe I'm still that same person. I'm like, did I just dream those things? You know what I mean? Are those memories that I have from experience, or like I read them in a book and I'm remembering the book I read? You know, it was like, it's one of them things where it happened so long ago you question if it really is real or not, if it ever did happen. Um, my blow up doll. Holy shit, Billy. My guy. Tribal Queen Patrick says never had one of those. Never had what? Lori Lynch had the WWF ring in the 80s. Lucky. Spoiled. If you have a digital antenna, I do actually have a digital antenna. You may have an old school cartoon channel called Me TV Tunes. They have Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Casper, Woody Woodpecker, and if you stay up late at night, they have. No shit. I'll have to look for that. I don't really watch. Haven't used my digital antenna in years. Transformers cartoon is on Pluto. It's under kids. Chucky came out in 1988. Yeah, man. My parents wouldn't let me watch any of the movies. I didn't see Nightmare on Elm Street, I think, until I was an adult. Chat. I wasn't allowed to watch them shits. I didn't see a rated R movie in my life until I'm gonna say like 17 or I was 17 or 18 years old. I think when I first went and saw my first rated R movie. Patrick says they had a channel that had Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry. Hey man, for whatever reason, Mike Rouse seems to be the cartoon hub. So if you want to know what your favorite cartoon is and where it's being shown, it seems like he's the guy to ask. Yes, he is, because look at this. I say that, and then boom, Smurfs on Max. Chat, what are you doing, bro? How far do these messages go? There's another page. I thought I was just caught up. Oh, holy fuck. What in the holy hell? Why can't I scroll up? This I never saw. I don't know what Stretch Armstrong is. I remember Gumby, but who's Midmo Smart talking about when Kane pushed Zack Ryder off the stage? What is this random shit Midmo Smart chimed in with out of nowhere? Minimum Mark, what are you talking about, bro? I'm scrolling up in the chat, and I don't know where this came out of left field. Yes, he is. Oh, okay. That's a we were talking about retro toys, and he randomly just chimes in with Zack Ryder getting pushed off the stage by Kane. Is that what? Huh? I'm scratching my head, Jeremy. What the fuck, bro? You're killing viewership, dude. Let's talk about cartoons and fucking retro toys again, because my viewers might come back. Just kidding. John Cena Kane feud, yeah. I just don't know where you are in my stream talking about wrestling because we've been talking about retro toys, so I'm just confused. Confused as fuck, actually. Are you okay? Are you sober? Have you taken some magic mushrooms? Could you air mail me some, please? I need a microdose. Thank you. At Pee Wee's Playhouse. Remember Cherry the chair? Hey chat, when I'm usually when I'm streaming with Otis, that's who I look like is the fucking genie in the box, right? Because all you can see is just like my floating head because I don't have a green screen, so it's just like watch. If I turn my light off, watch this chat. Hey, now I'm the genie from Pee Wee's Playhouse. Mecca lecca hi, mecca hiney ho. Remember he used to always say that shit? Oh, fucking hell, man. Pee-wee's Playhouse. I was so stoked. Me and my sister watched Pee-wee's Big Adventure so many fucking times as a kid that we could recite the whole movie from beginning to end without actually playing the movie on. Dead ass. We would back and forth. She would say a part of it, then I would say the next part, and we would do that through the whole fucking movie. Every actor's part and lines that they had, we had memorized the entire movie. When we discovered Pee-wee's Playhouse, I remember the first time turning that shit on. It was such a disappointment because how awesome Pee-wee's Big Adventure was. I was severely let down by Pee-wee's Playhouse as a weekly show. It was nothing like Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And then they came out with that god-awful sequel, Big Top Pee-wee, when he joined the circus. If you saw Big Top Pee-wee, I would rather watch Pee-wee's Playhouse than Big Top Pee-wee. Big Top Pee-wee offended me. It offended the fuck out of me. Chat, am I still live? Okay, I am. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I only had an hour left of time. How has it not kicked me off? I've exceeded my free time for the month, but yeah, I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind. Wait, so I'm behind when Jeremy's talking. Wait, I don't know what's going on. Okay, you guys are laughing at me. All right. I'm sorry, chat. Jen, we all know that in the late 90s, early 2000s, adult movie theaters were a thing, right? I think he was probably trying to be discreet, but I'm sure I bet you like somebody like a Ryan Satin, just a weird ass motherfucker, probably from TMZ, just sat at weird shady places like that trying to wait to get footage of like the next Hollywood celebrity that he could blast and out, to the world. And that's probably what he was. He probably just sat there. He probably frequented that video himself. And then one day, Paul Rubens just happens to walk in and he's like, oh shit. Start taking pictures and then send them to the tabloids. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care when he's going to Texas to the Alamo. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. And he screams and his bad breath is like, ugh, and Pee-wee freaks out and jumps off the train. Fuck yeah, man. I remember every fucking part of that movie. There is no part of that movie you could talk about that I wouldn't know what happened in, man. I've seen that movie probably it's probably actually sad how many times I've seen that movie, and I've probably seen it more times than I've seen Jaws. And I don't know that I've ever seen a movie more times than Jaws. Dumb and Dumber's got to be up there too. But I've seen Pee-wee's Big Adventure Probably close to 1,000 times. I wouldn't even be surprised. Um, Pee-wee's Whack Off Theater. Yeah, so the actor that played Pee-wee Herman, his name was Paul Rubens. He got caught walking into an adult porn. They used to have porn theaters back in the day, like movie theaters where you could go watch porn movies. And like I'm not talking like a sex shop where you go into a little private booth. Like it would be like on a big screen watching porn with multiple seats for people to go in and see. And he sat there in the theater and did his little rub and tug, and next thing you know, shouldn't have probably done that because somebody that had connections outed his ass in the news, and he never lived that one down. They they made him out to be like he was a pervert. I don't necessarily think he was. I think he was a quirky guy. If you've ever seen the movie Blow, that was probably my favorite role that he ever played. He did such a good job in that movie. Um, it was very hard for Paul Rubens to get out to escape the character of Pee Wee Herman, you know? And I think it drove him crazy. And it probably led him to make that bad decision of going into that theater that day and doing what he did. But uh, it is what it is. Yeah, Big Top Pee Wee was bad. It was really fucking bad. Oh, I mean, that was so long ago. He had a fleshlight or something. I couldn't tell you, bro, but I don't know how you would even know that. That was one of my favorite shows of all time, Eddie Foster. In Living Color was amazing. That shit was legit funny. I don't think so. Doom. Homie, don't play that. Remember Homie the Clown, and he would just fucking doom and hit somebody with his bag of toys? Homie the Clown was one of my favorite skits. My all-time favorite skit on that show was Fire Marshal Bill, though. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill was awesome. Jim Carrey on that show was just on another level. Tribal Queen is out mid-mo. I'm calling Cap. They weren't. Now, since Jen likes to zing a lot, I'm gonna have to zing Jen real quick. They weren't invented yet. She's talking about fleshlights, chat. If you don't know what a fleshlight is, that's okay. You're probably too young, so it doesn't matter. But for those of you in the chat that do know what a fleshlight is, Jen, you know specifically when they were invented? That's insane. That is insane, Jen, that you would know that fact. And you're a woman, which you shouldn't even know that about a fleshlight anyways. uh Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. You know, I just had to bust your balls. My bad. Sorry. You know what I mean. It's a figure of speech. Can't say shit anymore, man. Everything getting taken out of context. That's fucking wild. That's absolutely crazy, bro. One of Jim Carrey's first movie roles was Once Bitten in 1985. I didn't even know that. I thought he got discovered on In Living Color. I thought that's where he got discovered. I'm pretty sure he just told that story where he got discovered from being on that show, or maybe that's where he hit the big time and like became world famous was from that show. Maybe that's what he meant. Once Bitten is a good movie. I I used to watch that movie all the time. Eddie Foster says Laurie Lynch is talking about it. I don't. Eddie Foster, you also look younger than me, dude. I don't know if y'all camera shopping like a motherfucker, if y'all got some good ass genetics, bro, but this is crazy. And then I get on here and I look like I've been through 3 rounds of hell with death. Fucking Jesus. You guys all look way younger than me. So you got 1, 2, 3. So 5 more days. Eddie Foster turns 47. Happy early birthday, Eddie. If I'm not streaming on Tuesday, I hope I am streaming. I don't know that it'll be on StreamYard, but I want to stream Tuesday. So if I stream Tuesday, I'll definitely shout you out. 47 on Tuesday. My birthday is coming up in actually not shortly after yours. My birthday's on April 3rd, so that's right around the corner. About another 2 weeks. And I turn 46, so what's crazy is that meeting all of you guys, I met all of you before I ever saw your faces. And some of you I still haven't seen like your face yet, like live, right? Um it's interesting to me how most of us in the chat are all about the same age. That's weird how that worked. I know Yuri's younger, Matthew Bonneau is younger. There's a handful of us in here that's younger, but a lot of the people that I met from years back, like Eddie Foster, Midmo Smart, Raging Girl Gamer. Well, Raging Girl Gamer is actually pretty young. You guys would be surprised. She's I think she's only like 30 or something like that. But Amanda, Mike, Otis, who else? So many people that I've just become tight with on social media ended up being close to my age. That's just strange how that worked out. Scripps is 43? No way. Thank you, Scripps, for still being here, bro. I didn't know you were still in here chilling. I appreciate you being here, bro. Thank you so much, man. I was on Otis's channel. When? Billy just turned 48. Happy late birthday, Billy. So here's a crazy fact. Sissy Spacek, the actress who played Carrie, looks like my grandmother's twin sister. Like my grandmother looks exactly. My mom's mom. It was like could be Sissy Spacek's sister. Like they looked like they were related. And I remember when I first saw Carrie when I was a kid, I thought it was my grandma and I freaked out. I thought it was like a relative or something. And I was like, what the fuck? Why does this lady look like my grandma so much? And it was at a time where I was really getting bullied in school. Like I was really going through it, getting my ass beat on a regular basis. And I watched that movie, and that she had the power to just wiggle her nose and then fucking lock the doors and set everybody on fire inside that school. And I cannot tell you how she was my fucking hero for so many years. I had visions every day on the school bus of like I would literally sit in class and close my eyes and think about her and what she did and try to wrinkle my nose like that and would pray that the doors would lock and everybody would spontaneously combust. It never happened, but God, I begged for it and I prayed for it and I tried, to imitate it and make it happen so many times because of that movie. Yeah, Carrie really fucked me up when I was a kid, but I liked the movie. It didn't scare the shit out of me because I was the male version of Carrie. Like legit, that was my experience through all elementary school, middle school, and my junior or my freshman and sophomore year of high school. It wasn't until I became like a junior that I actually got friends in school. Um, and that was short lived because I was only in high school until my junior year, and then they were gonna expel. They was either gonna expel me or they told me I couldn't come back. They left it up to me. They said you can go to another school, or if you're really pushing the issue and you want to appeal this, we're just going to expel you, and then that'll be on your transcript, and it'll be hard for you to get into a school like us. And so I just said, all right, fuck it. So I dropped out of high school and went and got my GED. But that's neither here nor there. When Otis broadcast, I came on camera. When was this, bro? Mike, Otis brought you up on the box? Hey, if anybody wants to come on the box with me and talk, like say something. I don't have any problem bringing somebody up for a convo. I might start doing that. I might just start pulling random you motherfuckers up here with me to get to know you in one-on-one shit. Like, I I got a good first guest in mind. I don't know that she was gonna like it, but she's gonna have to. That's awesome, Mike. I'm sorry I missed that. Oh, that's such a good movie. The Shining. I'm trying to think of what my first horror movie was. I mean, it was considered horror. It's still considered under the horror category, or they might have changed it and moved it to suspense, but it was in the horror section when I was a little kid renting videos, was Jaws. That was my first quote unquote horror movie that I saw was Jaws. Otis did evolve earlier. Is Otis covering every wrestling show now on every day of the week, or like what the fuck is up with that? Here's Johnny. Yeah, The Shining. That's the shit. Red rum, red rum. Bro, when he's out in the snow in that maze, that shit was getting hectic, bro. That movie, there was a very that was a good creepy vibe that movie gave. That was a good one. That's an all-time classic. And then Jen comes up with this fucking shit, dude. Jen loves to troll, chat. She really does. God bless her. Killer fucking clowns from outer space. Fucking Jen, I just came off of Gallstones, man. What are you doing? Fucking talking about killer clowns. SPC. Critters. Yeah, Critters. I couldn't even watch Critters because just I remember the movie art color wasn't it like a toilet bowl and he's sitting there with his eyes peeking up out of the toilet bowl? Wasn't that one of the Critters covers for one of them? I know it was. Just that picture of that little demon in the toilet used to fucking just I remember standing in the horror section deciding what movie I wanted to pick out, and like obviously there was ones that my mom wouldn't allow, like Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. um but I remember the picture of Critters always used to fuck with me, man. Arachnophobia, I remember thinking that that movie was going to be way scarier than it was. JB, look at JB. Does the J in your name stand? Oh, JB might actually mean stand for jobber in Australian chat. I don't know. Crocodile. I actually saw Crocodile Dundee. I think probably like 5 times in the theater when it came out. I loved that movie as a kid. That's not a knife. That's a knife. And he shows the guy his fucking alligator knife and the gangbanger with his little switchblade, like fucking he takes his crocodile knife and slices up his red leather jacket all to pieces, and that dude runs away like a scared little kid. That was literally when he gets to New York and he's in the Plaza Hotel and he's in the bathtub, and then what was the girl's name? Was her name Elaine? No, why am I Elaine? I'm thinking of fucking Seinfeld. What was the blonde woman's part? What was her name? Her that she played in fucking Crocodile Dundee. I know she actually in real life married the guy that played Crocodile Dundee for a time. Paul Hogan is his name, and her name was Linda Hogan. No, that's fucking Hulk Hogan's ex-wife. What am I talking about? But she married Paul Hogan. They were married for a short time after that movie. Linda Kozlowski was her real life name. Sorry, I did get the Linda part right. So she would have been Linda Hogan when she married Paul Hogan. Okay, so I was right. It's sad if you saw her face now because she don't you wouldn't even recognize her from the movies. She done ruined her face, but it's pretty sad. But my whole point in bringing her up was that scene when she's in Australia. I'd never seen a woman in a one-piece bathing suit that was also a thong. So that really had me sitting at the edge of my seat. And when they get to the hotel and he's in the bathtub and she puts her foot on the doorway and slides it up and down and he looks up and he puts his hat over his dick and shit because he freaks out. That was pretty much like That was in a lot of ways like the first. That was like the first sexual scene in a movie I think I ever saw, but it wasn't really sexual. You know what I'm saying? But that did something to me, chat. I'm not gonna lie. That had me going home horny. Guardian's taking off. Uh, love you, Guardian, bro. Thank you so much for being here, dude. It means the world to me, for real. It does. I've been rambling for a long, wow, 3 hours and 14 minutes. Holy shit. Thank you so much, bro. Have a wonderful night. And tell your wife I said hello. Um, sending much love from Hoolie's house. The 90s. Yeah. What's Jen saying that's got everybody cracking up? What did I miss? Am I caught up? Yeah, it doesn't scroll anymore. Love you, brother. Have a good night, bro. What is everybody laughing at? Sorry, chat. My reading isn't so good. Like, the words are moving around, so it takes me a minute. Oh, they're laughing at Killer Clown. Her movie reference, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Got you, got you. Billy says Titanic. Hey, man, if you think about it, even though they were cheesy, think about the movies that we get nowadays. Every other fucking movie is Marvel, right? Very rarely do we get a movie that anybody wants to. I don't even like the Marvel movies anymore. So there's very rarely a time where a movie comes out that I'm like, yeah, I'm interested in seeing that. Every movie that came out when I was a kid, I wanted to see. I didn't give a fuck. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I remember going to see that at the theater. There was a little theater in Utah where I grew up, and in the summertime, you'd go to this little podunk theater, this rundown little ramshackle theater, and to lure all the kids in, they'd play the movie, and this is going to sound pretty unbelievable, but I think it was for $2. For $2, you got a small popcorn, a small drink, and a Jolly Rancher stick, right? For $2, man. When I tell you we hit that theater like on the fucking every other daily, I'm not joking. Like that was the spot. And I remember seeing so many movies there. Like Flight. Does anybody remember Flight of the Navigator? If you're old school into Disney movies, Flight of the Navigator was the shit. Flight of the Navigator was sick. I remember seeing that movie there. I remember seeing so many of them old school classic movies there, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and stuff. I guess it's true. New York women dig a good Aussie. I loved Crocodile Dundee, man. That movie was sick. 1989. I remember waiting like 2 hours in line, and my dad was not having it. And I remember we had to wait in the long line for Batman with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson. I remember going to see that movie. My dad hated that movie. He talked so much shit about that movie when we came out the theater, and that I loved that Batman movie. That really shaped that movie because before that Batman movie in 1989, the only superhero movies we had was Christopher Reeve as Superman. The Superman movies were not my favorite even as a kid, bro. Mm, there was just something so dialogue heavy, and the technology wasn't there. Like they should have waited to do Superman, man. That wasn't the right time to do it, and they didn't need CGI or anything to do the first Batman movie, right? So that movie really was the reason why Batman became my favorite of all the superheroes. Was because of that one Batman movie. Radio Flyer. Wow, that was a good one. How about The Rocketeer? Anybody remember The Rocketeer? That theater that I just mentioned, I saw that movie, The Rocketeer, at that theater. Um, there were so many. Honey, I Blew Up the Kid. Yeah, I remember the sequel. They had the baby and he got larger than the parents and shit. I remember that. Have you ever danced with the devil by the pale moonlight? Why do I know that from somewhere? That's a line from a movie. I just can't think of it. Yeah, Heath Ledger was good too. We're just talking about old school '80s movies, though. You know what I'm saying? Antoine got a hot under the collar. Huh? Oh, Batman. Duh. I'm talking about how Batman is like my favorite superhero movie, and then I'm going to Jeremy. What's he? Where's that movie? What's that line? That movie from? Fucking Batman. Duh. Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? Duh. My fault. Yeah. Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? Bruce Wayne asked by the man who killed his parents. Oh, yes. Bro, I mean, that movie starts off pretty heavy with him walking out of the theater with his parents and watching his parents get murdered. You know what I'm saying? That did something to me as a kid. As much as people shitted on Batman 1989, if you were 10 years old going to see that movie, any 10-year-old that went to see that movie then, Batman's their favorite. I don't care who you are. Jen's going to say, Batman's not my favorite. Watch. This is where Jen will come in with a counter punch. Come on, OTS Queen, let's go. Let's go. Oh no, I'm in trouble. 1 second, chat. Prince did the soundtrack to that Batman. Wasn't he in charge of the whole soundtrack, if I remember correctly, right? You just unlocked another level in my brain. I completely forgot that Prince. 1 second, chat. I forgot that Prince did the soundtrack to that movie. I loved Prince so much, man. He's such a goat. I'm just feeding my dog real quick, chat. Give me 1 second. I will try to fill the dead air by just useless rambling. I can't see your. Oh shit. I can't see your messages right yet, just for a minute. But my dog is just. I'm getting tired of her standing there staring at me, so I need to feed her. It's getting kind of late here. I'm trying to think of some other. Oh yeah, of course, like Back to the Future was badass. I remember seeing that movie in the theater. All the Karate Kids. I didn't see Karate Kid in that theater I mentioned. I was living in Colorado at the time when that movie came out, but I saw Karate Kid 1 and 2 in the theaters. Was a huge Karate Kid fan. Loved that movie. I loved both of them. That was actually one of the few kids movies that spawned a decent sequel. I liked the sequel to Karate Kid. When he went to Okinawa and fell in love with the Japanese girl, and then had to fight the final boss, Chosen. Yeah, I fucked heavy because of Mr. Miyagi's uncle Sato or Sato. Yeah, man, I loved the Karate Kid movies. That's why I'm a big fan of that cheesy ass Cobra Kai. Even though it's corny and cheesy, like the way that they had them come back and like they're still the same people but later, and like the switch, how Daniel became the bad guy and Johnny became the good guy was such. I just thought that was great writing. I really did. Whoever thought of that shit was a genius. I thought Cobra Kai was very cleverly written in parts, even though the acting, especially from them kids, was a little kind of cheesebally. It's a good show if. Chat, I'm tripping. I've already fed my dog today. What the fuck is wrong with me, people? What the fuck is wrong with me? Lord help me. I'm struggling. I am struggling, chat. If you've ever had to shop vac a gallon and a half of water out of the back seat of your car, I'm not sure how many people have experienced that, especially in the pouring rain. But yeah, That happened to me today, chat. I had a swimming pool in my back seat. Which reminds me, I gotta make sure that mold doesn't form in my back seat because of that. I gotta check on it in a minute or later on. But it was a fan theory that evolved into a script. Midmo Smart says Cobra Kai. It was really awesome. I mean, it gave me like especially that first season. It really just sent me back to in time. It was like time traveling, watching the first season of Cobra Kai. It was a good feeling. And my son was still coming around. Yeah, I watched it. I haven't watched the last season and well, you know how they broke up like the last season in parts? I haven't watched it yet. So, oh, dude, does Karate Kid Legends looks fucking sick, bro? Doesn't it? When I saw the ad for that, I'm like, for sure I'm seeing Karate Kid Legends. It looks badass. I think it's gonna be sick. I envy you not. Oh, about the swimming pool in the car? Yeah, dude. You want to talk about my life being Murphy's Law? I still haven't seen part two. Yeah, me either. I don't know why either. I need to. I do know why actually, because I started watching Cobra Kai with my son, and when Cobra Kai started, he was in high school or was just starting high school, right? So now, like, obviously, he's no longer in high school, and shit happens. So the last couple seasons, I haven't seen him, and the show reminds me of him. So I quit watching it just because I wasn't. It didn't feel right me watching it and him not being here with me because that was our show. So um yeah. But Karate Kid Legends looks awesome. It really does, and I like the idea of it. I haven't really been excited to see a movie in a long time, but that's one I'm really looking forward to. Yeah, Jen ain't gonna fuck with Cobra Kai. Although I don't know why. Because Jen grew up with the Karate Kid movies like we did. And Jen, you're a mom, you mentioned not the other day, right? So that's crazy that you wouldn't like want to tie your childhood to your own kid's childhood and like watch Cobra Kai with them. I'm not judging you for not liking it. I didn't really like it at first in terms of like the dialogue and the acting. Well, for one, Ralph Macchio's never been a good actor, but especially as an adult, like it was fine when he was a kid. He was kind of corny, but now as trying to be a dad on a yeah, no, he's not the greatest actor in the world by any means. It's just milking something that's already been done. Yeah, but not really in this case because they flipped it. It's not like they took it's not like they just copied and remade it. Like when Jaden Smith was the Karate Kid and they tried to copy the original movie. Cobra Kai is all those same characters. It's like continuing the story from Karate Kid all these years later. It's a continuation. That's why it's not milking something that's already been done, in my opinion. It's continuing the story. Now the kids from the Karate Kid have grown up and their parents, but their roles have flipped. The good guys become the misunderstood one, and Johnny, the bully, is now the one that everybody understands and feels sorry for. It's great. It's genius writing, bro. It really is. I can't believe you don't like it. Johnny Lawrence is not aged, bro. Holy fuck, does he look a lot the same. Ralph Macchio looks aged. He's got bags under his eyes, and he's definitely wearing a hairpiece. I don't care what anybody says. If you grab the top of Ralph Macchio's head and went like this, I guarantee you he's just got the ring of hair going around the back and the sides, and there's nothing up here. I promise. Hey, I'm doubling down right now. This is like JD and Jesse last night, right? With AEW and WWE and the violence. Me and you are going to go back and forth with Karate Kid and Cobra Kai until the chat starts fucking freaking out. Oh, Lori Lynch, another level. Dude, I've had more level unlocks in my brain tonight in this chat than All my other streams combined. The fucking Outsiders. Ponyboy Curtis, huh? Ponyboy. Who all was in that motherfucker? Ralph Macchio, Emilio Estevez, Kiefer Sutherland. There's another guy I'm thinking of, and I can see his face in my mind, and I can't think of his name. Um, Bro, that was a legendary movie. The Outsiders, the Greasers, the Greasers fighting the when they went to have the big old powwow, right? And they brought their knives and shit. Yeah, The Outsiders was good, man. Patrick Swayze, thank you. Rest in peace. I loved The Outsiders. That was a great movie. What about here's another dope ass. Speaking of um dope '80s movies, anybody ever a fan of the Young Guns? Young Guns 2 with Lou Diamond Phillips. I think Emilio Estevez was in that movie too. Yeah, Warriors was good. Can you dig it? Warriors, come out and play. Yeah, Warriors was awesome. Dirty Dancing, I remember, was really popular with the ladies. The girls loved Dirty Dancing. I didn't know one guy that fucked with Dirty Dancing back then. That was strictly for the ladies. Yeah, see, all the men are talking about with the Warriors, and all the girls in the chat are talking about Dirty Dancing. That's hella funny, but that's how it was back then, for real. Dude, I love you guys, man. This is like have this you guys being in my chat and us talking about this shit makes me feel like I had friends when I was a kid. You know what I mean? I had nobody to share any of this stuff that I enjoyed as a kid with except for my sister, but you know, when you're brother and sister, you hang out together sometimes, but usually you're trying to do your own thing and be separate from one another. So, this is awesome getting to talk about all this shit with people I never got to talk about all this awesome shit with. Oh yeah, who got burned in The Outsiders? Oh man, that was a traumatizing scene. That actually fucked me up mentally. Um um Ralph Macchio got burned in the Outsiders. He was the one that got burned in the house, if I remember correctly. Ponyboy and Johnny both sustained burns when they bravely entered the burning church to rescue the children, with Johnny ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Yep. Johnny, played by Ralph Macchio. Dude, now I just got chills, bro. Like when The Rock just goes, like, slaps his arm, like, literally, I got fucking goosebumps on my arm, my hair standing up, because I just thought of that scene when he got burned and then he was in the hospital and he's all bandaged up and shit, and they come and say their goodbyes to him and stuff. Seeing that, dude, certain scenes back in the '80s when we didn't have all this technology like phones and we could just see all this fucked up shit and watch Pornhub and do all this crap at the touch of a button. When you saw a scene and shit like that in a movie, bro, it rocked you to your foundation. I don't give a shit. And that scene of Ralph Macchio getting burned and then dying in that movie really fucked me up mentally as a kid. I was sad. I was hella sad. I said Pornhub for a reason because we have so much extreme. We can watch anything from that kind of shit to you can go on social media and find videos of people dying and getting killed. Like my cousin will send me. He sent me a video a couple months ago, and it's an African American man sitting on his couch or at his table, and literally there's no decorations on the walls or nothing, and you have no idea what this video is or what's about to happen. He says some shit. He looks over, says what, jumps up from the table, runs off the view. Somebody else comes on the screen holding the gun, and dude comes back into view next to the dude with the gun, and you just watch this dude pull out a Uzi and just unload the whole clip into the guy. And it was like, oh, people record murders and put them on social media, or how does this stuff get? I don't understand, but I'm just saying, you've got so much shit at the palm of your hand you can watch that we're so desensitized to shit that now when you watch a movie and a scene like that happens, it doesn't phase you, it doesn't affect you. You just watch it and then you don't even remember it the next day. You go on with your life. Back in the 80s, we weren't bombarded with all this visual shit to desensitize us from everything. We still were humans and had compassion and feelings and stuff. We got no emotion now. We're all zombified robots in a sense, right? Now we are. But back then, when you saw a scene like that in a movie, it fucked your ass up, especially when you were a kid. Yeah, the proms. Yeah, speaking of fucked up, speaking of shit, if you saw as a kid that would fuck you up, the prom scene in Carrie. She's covered in blood and shit like that. How do you go to a high school prom? They're pouring buckets of pig's blood on you and shit. I'm trying to think. What were some other iconic movies from that time period? Young Guns might have. I don't know if Young Guns was late 80s or early 90s. It might have been early 90s. Oh, 1988 was the first one and 1990 was the second one. So I was right and right. Nice. What movie always bored you? Carrie? Are you talking about Carrie? If she's talking about Carrie, chat, everybody be very afraid of this woman. Respect this woman and fear this woman because if she says Carrie bored her, um, she's probably got special powers to set a room of people on fire in her own way. I'm not fucking with Jen in terms of trying to piss her off. I think I did piss Jen off one time a couple years ago, and she didn't talk to me for like a whole year in JD's chat. I don't really remember what it was. It was we disagreed about something, and yeah, she wasn't very happy with me for a time, but I think we got past it. And I remember thinking like I didn't want to be enemies with her because I mean I just didn't. I don't want to be enemies with anybody in JD's chat, but Jen's mind for wrestling is very similar to mine a lot of times, and so she was really the only one that agreed with me back then about Cody Rhodes when he tore his pec. We knew, we saw the writing on the wall. Like he's gonna come back from this injury right about Royal Rumble time, so of course he's gonna win the Royal Rumble. And that him tearing his pec made his whole run to getting the championship predictable, unfortunately. And me and Jen shitted all over that, and we were not fans of Cody Rhodes. She probably still isn't, but Cody finally won me over. Finally, the other night when John Cena came out and he said, "I hope you go find that John Cena because that's who I want to fight at WrestleMania 41, not this bitch." When Cody said that, I was like, you know what? I'm bought in. He's the face of the company. That place exploded for him, and I now see Cody like I see every top. Like I see Cody now in the Cena role. I couldn't see him in the Cena role a year ago, 2 years ago. It felt too forced. Now, for whatever reason, maybe because AEW sucks so bad, it just makes anything WWE's doing look that much better. Maybe that's part of it too. But I'm bought in with Cody as a babyface, even though I'm praying he's about to lose it in the next couple weeks at Mania. The Mighty Ducks. Holy shit. That was at that theater in Utah I mentioned 20 minutes ago. I also saw the Mighty Ducks in that theater. I think I saw Mighty Ducks 1 and 2 in that theater, to be honest. Um, the Mighty Ducks. Emilio Estevez was really a good actor, a good kids actor, man. And I saw him in a press conference the other night, and he announced on Twitter that he's gotten the old crew back together. I think they are doing a new Young Guns. Yeah, overrated novel. Yeah. It's one of Stephen King's most probably popular novels, I would assume. You know what's a really good Stephen King movie? movie. Stephen King's books. If you like Stephen King's movies, his books are even better. Um, The Stand. Let me tell you about the movie The Stand if you're not familiar. The very first time I saw The Stand was also, coincidentally enough, the very first time I'd ever been shrooming. I don't recommend watching movies on shrooms, by the way, chat. It's very difficult and it's very scary. Both at the same time. You would only know what I'm talking about if you tried it. I couldn't even explain it to you if I wanted to, if you haven't. But long story short, you can't comprehend and follow plot lines on shrooms. Nothing makes sense. So the stand basically foreshadowed COVID like 30 years ago. That was a good movie, but an even better book. Another great Stephen King book, in my opinion, is Desperation. That's an awesome book. That, and then what's the Stephen King movie where Anthony Hopkins, he was in prison for something? That book was good too. Hearts in Atlantis, or Hearts of Atlantis or something, is another great Stephen King novel. Yeah, Hearts in Atlantis. Gerald's Game is a good one. Um, those are the three. Oh, Misery is an awesome one. Both movie and book are great. Misery, in my opinion. What do you think, Jen? Did you like James Caan and Kathy Bates in Misery? I loved that movie, but the book was better. Pet Sematary is good. Yeah, books are usually always better. You're right. Yeah, Misery. Misery was good. Pet Sematary was good. Cujo. Um, if y'all ever saw Cujo, yeah, Kathy Bates made that movie. Kathy Bates was fucked up. She did a good job in that movie. Wasn't the greatest movie, but her performance was really, really stand out in my opinion. Um, Kathy Bates was a great fucking actress, man. Love her. Yeah, she was the movie. Her role was completely iconic. James Caan just did nothing but lay there and get tortured. But yeah, the whole movie of Misery was basically just two people got hired to make a movie, and one of them pretty much did everything while the other one just laid in the bed and took it. Pause. But her character was awesome. She did such a you really believed she was like that when you watched her in that movie. Stephen King Good Bad Movies, Maximum Overdrive. I've never even heard that. Um, I don't know if you still read books, Jen, but if you do, if you've never read Stephen King's Desperation, it's really good. Stephen King is a very, very good author. He's such a good storyteller, man. You could hire him to write some fucking AEW storyline using some fucking weapons and shit, and it would probably turn out better than what we saw last night. Yeah, he's got so much material, and he's also got the pseudo author's name, right? He also writes books under a different name. He's got tons of shit, dude. I mean, that guy's been around for here. Let's see. What is Stephen King's alternate author name? Richard Bachman. He writes under the author. He's also named. He also, if you ever see books by a guy called Richard Bachman, that's actually Stephen King. It's his. They call it a pen name, as well as a fictional character of American horror fiction author Stephen King. Adopted in 1977 for the novel Rage, King hid the link between himself and Bachman until allowing for his identification in 1985. Isn't that crazy? A lot of people don't know that he wrote under two different names. You might ask, why would somebody do that? Why would you write and become famous under your real name and then choose to go write under a different name and not expose your identity? Well, because he wanted to prove to people that he was a good writer. He wanted to be able to sell books based on his storytelling ability, not his name value, right? He wanted people to buy the book for the story. Stephen King, I mean that if that don't sound like somebody that should be writing for pro wrestling, you know what I mean? Sometimes, Stephen King wasn't always the greatest writer either. Semi trucks and big vehicles come to life and terrorize a truck stop. Um, so I went from saying Stephen King should write wrestling to Stephen King is now writing AEW storylines. Is that what we're doing here? Anyone remember The Wraith with Charlie Sheen? I don't. I don't. He's a philanthropist of oddity, which makes me think of the Oddities faction in during the Attitude Era. Why was I fucking 2 days ago years old when I found out that Earthquake was fucking Golga in the Oddities? John Tenta was a member of the Oddities chat. Is that real shit? Because I remember the Oddities plain as day, and I remember Golga because he had the mask. And now that I think about it, I remember him bouncing off the ropes and doing the sit down. Uh, what was that finisher even called when you sit your ass on somebody's chest? What wrestling move is that called? Is that some form of senton bomb? Senton bum, maybe, because you sit on them with your ass. But now that I close my eyes and I see Golga doing that move, that is exactly how Earthquake used to hit the ropes and sit on the guy. I never knew that was fucking John Tenta chat. Somebody said that the other day. I don't remember whose chat I was in. It might have been like the WCW Vault or WWE Vault, I think is where I saw it. And it literally blew my mind. Golga. No, I didn't know Golga was Tenta. I didn't know. The Wrath is the first. The Wrath is the first Fast and Furious movie. What? I don't understand. I remember the chase with Sheen and Christy Swanson. Charlie Sheen had the hottest of hot women in the 80s and early 90s chat. He was the quite the ladies man. Major League movies were better. Yeah, Charlie Sheen was good I knew him from the Major League movies. They were rated R, I think, though. 'Cause I didn't get to watch them, but I knew the movie covers and stuff, and I remember the ads. Do you know that the Shockmaster was Uncle Fred type? I do know that. Yes. Yeah, and Cornette or Brian Last thinks that he should go into the Hall of Fame. Like if they induct the natural disasters, he's mad that Typhoon's going in as Typhoon. He wants him to go in as Shockmaster. He said that he should go in as a single and as the Shockmaster. The Shark, yeah, I remember him being the Shark. Was that in WCW? Where was he the Shark at? I think it was WCW, right? Where did he wrestle as the Shark? The Three Musketeers in the 90s. Wasn't that with Leonardo DiCaprio? WCW, yeah. Dungeon of Doom. Holy fuck. I used to love baseball chat, man. As a kid, I loved baseball so much. Yeah, I thought, but for some reason I thought Leonardo DiCaprio was in Three Musketeers too. I don't know why. Chris O'Donnell and Charlie Sheen are in the Three Musketeers. Okay, then that was probably before Leonardo DiCaprio's time. Yeah, Field of Dreams is my favorite baseball movie ever. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. I saw that movie so many times at the theater when I was a little kid. I don't know. Kevin Costner was really big. His movies were really popular in my household for some reason. Um, I really fucked with Dances with Wolves. I liked Field of Dreams for sure. Um, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves was also. Kevin Costner was like the number one actor of like the early '90s back then. He was he was the Sandlot was class. Man, if you grew up as a kid and saw the Sandlot and didn't like it, there's something wrong with your ass. You're killing me, Smalls. Tim Curry. Tim Curry was underrated, bro. Tim Curry is a funny ass motherfucker. Did anybody ever see the movie Clue based off of the board game? Clue had me. I laughed. That that movie is probably the first time in a movie I ever laughed that hard, uncontrollably. Where it was like side splitting, like just couldn't stop. Tim Curry was Tim Curry was really funny to me. I loved him when I was a kid. Yeah, Prince of Thieves, man. The soundtrack, man. Brian Adams. Oh, even when I listen to them songs to this day, it hits me in my chest, bro. Brian Adams, there was something about that dude and his music that, man, I remember going to the roller skating rink like every weekend or every other weekend whenever my parents would take us, and his music just being played in the roller skating rink. I was a huge Brian Adams fan back in the day because of Prince of Thieves. That song, Everything I Do It For You or whatever. Yeah, that was a banger. Bro, Jen, Clue. Man, if you grew up in our time period, I hope everybody that's close to my age in this chat right now got the chance to see Clue back then. I don't know that it would hit the same now that we're all old and we have technology and shit, but my god, if you saw that movie back then, dude, Clue was the shit. That movie was so fucking funny, man. That movie, it would piss you off so bad. You'd be like, no, don't. It was one of the movies where you were just like, and you wanted to tell the other person, and they were acting all stupid and didn't know, and then you'd be like, oh man, fuck. Oh yeah, Tim Curry's the original Pennywise. Yup, in the original It. You're right. You watched what the other night, Mike? Clue? Or oh no, you're talking about Suburban Commando. Yeah, yeah, I remember Suburban Commando. Do you guys remember a movie about arm wrestling with Sylvester Stallone called Over the Top? I think Sylvester Stallone played like a semi truck driver or some shit, and his son convinced him to join a arm wrestling tournament or some shit. They made movies about literally any random non-realistic scenario back in the day. Minmo, have you not ever seen They Live, or do you mean just rewatch it? This, bro, I don't know how you're, and I'm not saying you specifically, Jeremy, so I don't mean this comment directed at you, but if you're a wrestling fan, especially from the golden era, and you were a big fan of Roddy Piper, and you also are a conspiracy theorist, if you've not seen this movie, you ain't been doing it right. Um, this is a classic ass movie, man. I didn't even know this movie existed until after I was already a wrestling fan and a conspiracy theorist. I found out about this movie like I want to say 2006, 2007 I think was when I first saw it. I was way late to the game on this movie, but this movie's great. Yeah, Run to You. That was a killer one. My favorite song by Bryan Adams is probably Heaven. That song, I used to turn my radio on. I used to turn my radio on quiet at night so my parents couldn't hear it, and I would turn it to Power 99 was the pop station in Utah at the time, and I would lay there in bed and I would lay and listen and wait for Heaven to come on, and it would come on and I'd be like, yeah. And then you would know the rotation, right? So you knew about an hour and a half later they would play it again, and I would try to keep myself awake so I could hear it one more time. And sometimes I could hear it the second time, and then most other times I would fall asleep. Summer of '69. That whole album of Bryan Adams was you want to get yourself a baddie little girl girlfriend. Baddie little girl, that sounded completely cringe. A baddie little girlfriend. Play some Bryan Adams in your whip when you're hanging out with a girl sometime. It'll go a long way. Damn, man. I'm so just like. Has anybody got WWE 2K25, the video game? Out of curiosity, just to not switching gears, I seen something on my phone and I just want to know. What do you mean by this? And now you guys rock out to Best of the Best. How things change. Oh, from Bryan Adams to. Yeah, man. It's not like we were grown adult men listening to Bryan Adams back then, though. You know what I'm saying? Like we were young. So like I wouldn't just get in my car and blast Bryan Adams, you know, like when I was driving to the store today, I wasn't blasting Bryan Adams, you know what I mean? My daughter loves this animated. Oh yeah, Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron. Dude, Spirit. Okay, when I met my baby's mama before she became my baby mama, I remember when her oldest son was little, me and him when that movie came out, I sat there and watched Spirit with him. The whole reason why I sat down and watched the fucking movie with him was because Bryan Adams was the whole soundtrack to that song and the voice. I think it was the voice of the horse through the whole fucking movie. But man, fucking A. Spirit was my shit, dude. That was like the first Disney animated movie I fell in love with that was non-Disney. I didn't like animated movies if they weren't Disney up until until that movie, for real. I loved Spirit. Nah, bro. Nah, dog. I don't be listening to that Levy. I'm hardened in the heart, bro. My heart's black now, dog. I don't be listening to that lovey-dovey shit no more in my car. Um, if I'm like taking a trip down memory lane, and I'm thinking about my mom or my childhood or something, I'll play an old song here and there on my phone in the house, but I don't listen to this shit in my car. And I don't know why I said Jeremy because Samich said that. I thought that Jeremy said that comment. I came here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Yeah, that's a classic line. You know, when I saw that movie, I did not know Roddy Piper was like a conspiracy theorist and thought the way I thought a lot about things. You know, the whole all-seeing eye deal, right? Why can I get the fucking everything's backwards on here? The whole all-seeing eye thing. Casey, Yep. So when I turned on Power 99 at night, it would be like Friday night, and then I would wake up in the morning to Casey Kasem's Top 40 countdown in the morning on Saturday. Yep, Casey fucking Kasem. Uh, and then he got sick, and his daughter took over for it. I don't know what happened to her. She was beautiful. At least she was when back in the day when she took over for her dad. I don't know whatever happened to her, but it's on 24-hour on iHeartRadio. Oh, really? They play all the old Casey Kasems. That's great because, dude, I miss old school radio, man. That's cool that there are digital channels that play old school disc jockeys from back in the day because um I trained to be a disc jockey in high school. The high school I went to, we had our own radio station, and it taught they you could major in telecommunications, and I was a DJ on the radio for a while in high school for my high school's radio station. That we obviously we're a high school, so the show that I did was it was AM radio, and it was a Disney channel, and we would just talk about like whatever song we'd play a block of Disney songs, and then like after like the fifth song, I'd come on the air and I just to get a voice every couple of songs or whatever, and then you'd talk about whatever song was just playing as you transition to the next song, and you'd talk about whatever scene of the movie that song was from or whatever. And I really wanted to be a radio disc jockey, so that was my major in high school, and I loved that shit. I wish I would have pursued it and actually done it, but I really fucks heavy with radio, man. I used to love listening to who was that old guy back in the day? Art no, uh Paul Harvey. This is Paul Harvey. Good day. And he would always like tell you that he would always read the news. Um I listened to like a conspiracy theory paranormal podcast type of radio show with a guy named Art Bell called Coast to Coast. He was the guy that really had so many awesome guests on his show that were into different things of like paranormal and metaphysical and like extraterrestrial. And dude, listening to his podcast at night, he really opened my third eye, and I learned a lot from the people he had on his show. Yeah, good day, Paul Harvey. That was the iconic way he used to always sign off. Does Casey Kasem have a top 40 of metal? Nah, Casey Kasem just did pop music. It was just the pop American. Yeah, it was the Billboard pop Billboard. What's pop music? I'm just gonna have to tell you to Google that shit. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. So we've got the hardest core of the hardcore is still chatting with me in my stream. We've lost a number of people, but that's okay because I've now seen that I've been jabberjawed for 4 hours, and we have not talked about wrestling really. I don't know, chat. Like the more I do this, the more I feel like I was built for it, and I'm not trying to be cocky, but I don't. I can rattle off for 4 hours unfatigued, just talking. Imagine if I actually had some content. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. Sam says it's pop like baby metal. No, Sam, stop trolling, bro. I think JD knows what pop music is. I just don't think he'll ever admit it to anybody that he's listened to it. I mean, we all have. He didn't grow up listening. Like he wasn't a little kid listening to that screamo shit he listens to. You can probably Google or go onto YouTube and just type in like clips of Paul Harvey. The rest of the now you know the rest of the story. That was his line. This is Paul Harvey. And now you know the rest of the story. Good day. If JD saw this stream, yikes. What you mean? Yikes what? Because I said that about he didn't grow up listening to Screamo? I don't think he'd have a problem with me saying that. I didn't mean it disrespectfully. Pop music, real American. Jason Taylor. Who's Jason Taylor? Jason Taylor. I'm confused, Jen. Ozzy, yeah, Ozzy's good. Ozzy's classic metal. Yeah. Ozzy's got hella bangers, dude. Chad, I wasn't even allowed to listen to Ozzy Osbourne as a kid. I wasn't allowed to listen to Metallica. My parents thought Metallica was satanic music, bro. Because the church that I went to convinced them, like, they said ACDC stands for the ACDC stood for Antichrist, Devil's Children. That's what the church told my parents. So my parents wouldn't let me listen to ACDC. I couldn't listen to Metallica. I couldn't listen to really any kind of hair metal band. I couldn't listen to Poison. Couldn't listen to Guns N' Roses. I wasn't allowed to listen to any of that. I loved this. Was when he recited a monologue, "If I were the devil," which basically describes the world we live in today to a T. Yeah, the "If I were the devil," I've seen people nowadays like that weren't alive when he did this listen to this and then react to it, and it's pretty cool. If I were if, chat, if you don't know this monologue, go Google Paul Harvey "If I Were the Devil" and listen to it. And then realize like how many years ago he said that shit and then apply it to today. It's like, what? Did you time travel to 2025 or it's crazy. JT, you know your top 20 SS matches here is. Can somebody help me understand what's happening with Jen? JT, you know your top 20 SS matches here is $2. Oh, bro, this was a hella thing back in the day. Um, I don't know what it means to play music backwards, right? But they would tell me and my parents that if you played Led Zeppelin records backwards, let me get it right because I want to make sure I'm factual about what I said. Yeah, I was correct. Okay, I just had to make sure. Um, my parents weren't even allowed to like listen. My dad had like old Led Zeppelin records and like all kinds of classic rock and roll because he was really into guitar. And yeah, the church told us that he wasn't allowed to listen to his Led Zeppelin records because if you played them backwards, the lyrics on "Stairway to Heaven" would say, "Here's to my sweet Satan." So I don't know. Never. I don't. Like I said, I don't know what it means to play music backwards. But Jason Taylor is kind of a common name, so I've known more than one Jason Taylor. So if there was a Jason Taylor in JD's chat, why am I drawing a blank? I don't know. Yeah, Stairway to Heaven backwards was Here's to My Sweet Satan. Yep, if you played the Beatles backwards, it would say shit. But there was one band that my dad gave up all his vinyl records. My mom threw all my dad's vinyl out one day, and he wouldn't give up. He wouldn't give up the Beatles. My dad is the biggest Beatles fan I've ever seen in my life. He'd donate like 5 times a night and ask for a list from JD and ask if he liked certain non-metal singers at random. Jason Taylor. Where did he go? He's still in the chat just under a different troll burner account name, dude. That's why I'm being a mod for JD for like 7 years, bro. I know that like you see Sid Dro type in the chat and then he disappears like last night for 3 hours and then shows back up again. He's still in the chat under different accounts fucking with people, bro, and typing. I'm telling you. There's a lot of people that do that. There's a lot of people in JD's chat that you think are individual people that you would shit your pants if you realize that, oh, it's so and so, and they're also this account and this account and this account, but we all think that they're individual people, but no. Is Script still in here? Oh shit, I'm down to 1 viewer. Okay, I've lost everyone. All right. Who's still in the chat? I don't know what happened, but everyone just left all at the same time. Can you still see me or hear me? Because I might have gotten kicked off of StreamYard. Can somebody tell me if I'm still live? Are we good? Wait, my viewer says I've got 1 live viewer, but everybody's saying I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Okay, I don't know what's going on. But good. Okay, then fuck StreamYard. They can't count. Yeah, Judas Priest, Anthrax, all that. I wasn't allowed to listen to none of it. Thank you guys for all still being here. Patrick Palmer, Eddie Foster, Sam Mitch, Lori Lynch, Midmo. I think Jen's still here. Now it says 0 people in my chat. I wonder why. Huh. Yeah, don't play your records backwards because it was the devil's voice. All that stuff. Yeah, man. They had my parents. Yeah, John Cena. You can't see me. They had my parents so spooked about stuff. My mom went through and cleaned our house the fuck out, bro. She was bought all in. I'm like, do you want to just try to play the music backwards to see if they're even telling you the truth or dun 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 dun. The fact that you spelled out the sound of his theme and I knew what you meant. Dun 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 dun. That was awesome. That was hella awesome. Chat. I've missed. Wow, people are going to be upset with me because I haven't even looked at my phone in terms of to see if anybody's tried to get a hold of me since I've been streaming. And I've missed my sister, my dad, like everybody's like, are you okay? Like, are you feeling better? Like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh shit, I've been streaming for a long time and I didn't realize that, I didn't even realize it. My cable company's still fucking with me. My internet company, I've told them so many times the day I want my bill to come out and they just can't get it right. They say okay on the phone and then they just still keep taking my money out on the wrong day. Anyway. Dr. Grimm. Oh, chat. Am I going to have to make my first benching in my own stream? Really? I know it's going to be this guy. This guy's for sure getting the first bench. It's just a matter of time when he decides to let loose and just go all in on me. It's going to happen at some point. I can feel it. I can feel it. Mike Rouse's top bands are AC/DC, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Rap is Beastie Boys. Alternative is 311. Uh, Fun fact: 311 is from my hometown, Omaha. Which I didn't even know until like last year. I grew up in the 90s listening to 311 thinking they were a ska band from California. So, what do I know? Does anybody like the band Weezer? They're probably not as popular now, but in the mid and late 90s, when their Blue album hit the scene, it hit the scene pretty gangbusters, man. They blew up, and I remember seeing them all over MTV. Here's a fun fact about Weezer and how this correlates to me. Pink triangle. You thought the first bench would be you. No, nobody's been benched yet in my chat. So the first one is still there's still time. Sam, if you're feeling froggy, I know you've probably got like 10 names in JD's chat, bro, because Sam Mech just showed back up on the scene, and find it hard to believe you've been gone for a couple of years, bro. I think you've just been under different monikers, dude. Okay, Weezer. Okay, good. Y'all know who Weezer is. All right. So if you remember the Blue album, I used to sit in my bedroom and ironically enough, I had a pearl metallic blue drum set that was the same color blue, just with silver sparkle flake in it, as Weezer's Blue album. I used to put that CD in the CD player and play my drum set to every song from beginning to end on that album. I loved that album. I remember listening to that album over and over again, flying to my aunt's house in the summer of like 1995 or 1996 to Iowa. Um, I was like fucking obsessed with Weezer because their music was simple enough that I could play the drums to their songs. And I find out a couple years later I get a job at, I don't know if you guys remember a store at the mall that used to sell CDs called Sam Goody. That was one of the first jobs I ever got. Probably still to this day, my favorite job I ever had was Sam Goody. Selling music to people was so easy for me, and like my mom did such a good job at giving me such a diverse palette musically, like forcing me to play the piano and making me listen to like my parents had such a massive CD collection that ranged from like Beethoven classical all the way to, I mean, everything in between. They had every major album of like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. My parents had it. Their CD collection was probably in the thousands. They had just a wall of fucking CDs. Any and every album you could think of. So I was very musically inclined, and selling music to me came easy. And the perks of working at Sam Goody, like I got into free concerts a lot, local shows and stuff. But in 1997, I think it was, at least that's when I found out, Weezer, they were re-releasing the Blue album. And I'm trying to think how I found out about this because I remember the paper. I don't know where I got the flyer, but they were re-releasing the album, and if you belonged to their fan base, like back in the 90s, if you bought a CD and you read the booklet, certain booklets would have an address on it that you could write a letter or a postcard into for your specific band that you were a fan of and become a member of their fan club, right? So I did this with Weezer and became a member of the Weezer, like the fan club. So you would get like some sort of correspondence here and there about the band. And I think that's how I got this paper that was explaining that they were re-releasing the Blue album. And they did some contest, and they were like, if you write into our the fan club, you might be one of the lucky ones. If you get picked, Weezer's gonna write a song about you and put it on the re-release of the Blue album. So if you go to Weezer's Blue album now, there's a song on that album that was not on the original, and the name of the song is Jamie, and that's my real name. I won the contest, so they wrote a song about me. But what's funny about it is the song Jamie, they just assumed, like every other kid in school made fun of me for having a girl's name. They, like horny rock star guys, assumed that their fan that won was a girl, so they wrote a song about a girl named Jamie. Except for I was the one that wrote in and won because I was the one that got the letter saying that I won. And they just didn't bother to ask whether I was a guy or girl. And they wrote a song titled Jamie, and that song is on their album still to this day. Pretty cool though. Yeah. Ooh, I look just like Buddy Holly. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of goofy, but still kind of cool that the song was because I won, you know? Yeah, Jamie can be a guy's name too. People are so dumb. Exactly, and I know that now, but back in the 80s and 90s, being a guy named Jamie, it was not fun. It was not fun at all. But yeah, so that song Jamie was written about me, even though they knew nothing about me. All right, he wanted to chat. I think he was feeling froggy. Oh, I can't even bench you because I'm on StreamYard, so you're lucky, you fucker. Maybe I can. I don't know. I'm the first trans person you know, motherfucker. Oh! Oh no 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 no! The chat moved. Oh, I banned him. No, I didn't mean to ban him. Oh fuck, dude. Bro, right as I clicked on timeout, the chat moved, and I pressed the button, and it was on ban, not timeout, because it moved up. Oh, chat, how do I do this? Oh my god, I didn't mean to ban him. I banned him on StreamYard, motherfucker. You gotta go to YouTube. You can fix it. Okay. Damn it, stay with me, bro. I was just literally timing you out as a goofy joke. I didn't even mean to ban you, bro. Hang on, give me a second. Fucking dumb. Fucking dumb, 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 dumb. Look at YouTube ain't even showing me that I'm live, man. It ain't even promoting me to myself. That's crazy, chat. View my channel. Holy shit, I got likes on my stream. And I can't fix it through YouTube, Jeremy, because it says he's not banned through YouTube. He's banned through StreamYard. Shit. Why won't it let me click on his comment? I don't understand why I can't do it like how on YouTube. And it took away all of his other comments. They're not even in here. Can somebody Google how you unban somebody on fucking StreamYard real quick, chat? For me. Um, oh. Well, it turns out on StreamYard, I guess A blocked viewer cannot be unblocked for the particular stream that they were blocked from. Well, I did not know that about StreamYard. But Samich, you fucked around and you found out, my guy. So, if you're no longer in the chat, I appreciate you being here for as long as you were. And I'm sorry that I just tried to be funny. I really didn't intentionally ban you. You'll be back next time I go live if you decide to show up. Got to get going. Okay, Lori Lynch. I can't believe you hung out with me for 4.5 hours, girl. I don't even have words, chat. Except for it wasn't. I used to sing Aerosmith as Jamie Got a Gun, but it was actually Janie got a gun. Janie got a gun. Janie. Janie's got a gun. But everybody in school, when I would walk into the classroom in the morning, I remember the exact school I went to where they would do this. I would walk into middle school. It was like 7th or 8th grade, and I would walk in the morning, and everybody would start singing Jamie's got a gun. And this was before school shootings ever happened. And I lived in Colorado where Columbine happened, but Columbine hadn't happened yet, and people were singing Jamie's got a gun. It was good to see you, Lori. Have a good night, and thank you so much for hanging out with me. We'll chat soon. It's me, Mario. Oh, he's back. What up, JB? No, he's not. He's not benched on YouTube. So YouTube, when I went to YouTube, it was telling me I could hide him. He's unhidden on YouTube, but through StreamYard, I guess when you time out somebody, they can't come back until your next stream. They don't give you an option. Like on YouTube, you can time them out for set amounts of time. I guess when I clicked timeout, it just banned him for the rest of this stream. Like he's not permanently banned, but he can't come back in this stream as long as I'm still live. Like if I were to end the stream and then re-go live again, he could come back in, but sorry about that. He fucked around and he found out, you know? Call me a trans. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Yeah, Janie, OT, Tribal Queen had it right. Janie's got a gun. Luigi Primo? What are you guys talking about? It's me, Mario. What? What did I miss now? What have I missed, chat? Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, I gotta remember when I'm fucking around with that shit. I gotta do it through YouTube. I forget that I'm through StreamYard and it's like a different thing than YouTube. I just thought it was all connected. Again, sorry, Samich. I didn't know that was gonna happen, bro. I was literally gonna try to time you out just for like a minute, like I do on YouTube to some people, but it's the first time I ever clicked on trying to bench somebody, but he wanted it, so he took the title. My first benching. What the hell just popped up on my computer? I legit thought you would probably just be the first one just for shits and giggles, but oh, JB started it with the it's Mario. Yeah, it's me, Mario. So you were just he started it, you finished it type of deal. I got you. Chat, I know for most of y'all it's the wee hours of the morning because I just looked at my time and it's like 9:50. I've been streaming for 4 hours 28 minutes. I'll go to 4 hours and 30 minutes and then I think I'll call it a night. You guys have hung out with me for a really long fucking time, longer than dude. And more than half of my audience stayed with me the whole time, pretty much. That humbles me, man. That really humbles me. I didn't have any rhyme or reason what I was going to talk about today. I was just full of piss and vinegar because I was pissed off at the ER for fucking with me when I had my gallstones. I feel like shit from it still. I'm frustrated with myself because I have all these plans to do good things, and it takes me a lot longer than normal to get these things accomplished than I feel like I see it taking other people, and in trying to accomplish those things, other things along the way come that knock me backwards even farther, and I'm just really frustrated. I've been trying to, make big moves in my own personal life to get healthier and do better as a human being, and then, I want to have, I've got a goal with this streaming thing that I'm striving for. But my main reason for doing it is just to, I want to build something, and I'm not sure I know what that is yet, but I just want to get a solid group of people around me because um I was always very close knit. I've always been a family guy, and I always stayed very close to my family and didn't really. It was hard for me to venture outside of my immediate family circle and become close with other people. And when I did that, it didn't last for very long. For whatever reason, people would shit on me, turn their back on me. We'd have falling out, whatever. So this bout with gallstones the other night really kind of sunk in to my brain why I want to do this content creation thing. And honestly, like, it's not to be popular, it's not to get rich, nothing like that. Um, Hopefully, I'm at a point where I'm skilled enough as a content creator one day that people will think that it's worth value and they'll want to support me. But that's so in my mind, like, so far off in the horizon. Like, the reason why I just really want to do this, like I said, like, I don't have, my mom died, my son left, my other two immediate family members don't live in the country. Like, I'm pretty much solo dolo. My I got a cousin who's my cousin not by blood, but I can call on him, whether him and I are getting along or not. I can call on him if I absolutely need something, and he'll be there for me. But in terms of like having just a good solid core of people around me, I've never had that at any point in my life. So being on my hands and my knees the other night, uh, literally with my eyes rolling up in my head, screaming like I was dying, that was kind of scary. And I was in the hospital thinking, dude, I just want to be at home. I just want to go stream. I just want to talk to my people. Like, that's really why I'm doing this, man, is just to I'm not used to just I'm used to living alone, but I'm not used to being alone. And I don't know if that makes sense. And I don't know, when you're laying there and you think you're dying and you're alone and you're sitting there going like, how long is it going to take if I do die? How long is it going to take for people to figure out that I'm gone? You know what I mean? That kind of fucks with you. So um I in that moment I felt really alone and the earth felt really big, and uh it just made me realize like I just want a core of good people around me, man. I've never had that. So everybody that showed up today, I don't know how many likes I've got on my stream, but by far the biggest turnout I think I've ever had. And again, this is the third unplanned stream. I didn't even mention it to nobody. I just fucking threw up the what do you call it? The reminder on YouTube, and I was like, shit, I've got a half an hour, so I had to run to this water store, buy a new water jug, um, grab some food real quick, got home, was a few minutes late to the stream. I already had a Patrick Palmer one up in the chat, and then as soon as I went live, all of a sudden everybody just came in, and mostly everybody's been here this entire time. I've rambled on about anything and everything, and most of this shit hasn't even been about wrestling. So the fact that y'all would come in and shoot the shit with me and just vibe with me for almost 5 hours, like, dude, I think I've already found my, I think I've already discovered my solid OG core of my channel. Samek, if you're still in here listening, I don't know if you even can if you get kicked out of StreamYard. If you're over on YouTube still listening to me, you're included in this too, bro. I haven't forgotten about you. But yeah, there's like 20 good solid people I think that I know who rocks with me now, chat hardcore, you know what I mean? And don't feel like you've got to show up every time I stream. I know Tribal Queen, like, I appreciate you so much for showing up tonight, and I know you haven't been in all my streams, but I don't hold that against you whatsoever. I appreciate the time that you do give me. And that goes for everybody. Don't feel like you have to be. Wait, he's back. Wait, Samich is back. Samich, okay, good. You're here. Okay, cool. I guess it did just time you out then. I don't know for how long because it's pretty bare bones when you do it through StreamYard. It doesn't have as many options as YouTube, so it just did its thing, and I guess it just timed you out for maybe like 5 minutes or so. 19 likes on my stream, one day at a time, Huli. Yeah, man. And everybody wants me to get a stream schedule going, and I want to too. It's just hard when you don't know what your health is going to do every day. You know what I mean? And like I'm trying, I got a lot of work to do, chat. There if you knew me before I started this gig, yeah, there's a lot of stuff working against me, but I truly believe that I could do this and be good at it. And the fact that I've almost been just rambling for 5 hours and I've got people willing to sit here and hang with me tells me that I could do this on some level. I'm not saying I could be a JD or anything like that, but I feel like I could really add something to the space if that makes sense. And I feel like I should do a Saturday night or a Sunday night stream, Samich says. I'm trying to think. Saturday and Sunday night, it just depends. If I did a Saturday or a Sunday night stream, I would not do one on the week that there was a pay-per-view, just because why would I go live when JD's live and Solid Monster's live? Because who's gonna? For one, I want to watch JD when he's live, but also I'm not going to expect anybody to be in here watching me when he's live. Everybody's going to be over watching the real content creator. You know what I'm saying? Of course. And I don't want to compete with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people to feel like, well, I want to go watch Huli, but JD's on. Like, because if I was me, I'd pick JD too over me. So I'm not going to be mad at nobody, but I'll keep it in consideration for Saturday night and Sunday night stream for sure. I don't know what is. I love Thursday, to be honest. I love Thursday because it's we're still in the week, right? We haven't gotten to the weekend. There's already been a lot of wrestling we can talk about. We don't really get to talk about SmackDown, unfortunately, but there's enough wrestling that's been had Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Raw, NXT, the Shit Mud Show company on Wednesday, and then Thursday's even like you've got wrestling on Thursday if you're into that kind of wrestling, ROH or TNA or whatever. And TNA is actually I'm really I like TNA now, man. I really do. I like some of what they're doing. I don't watch a lot of it, but they've gotten my eyes on that product more this year than since the OG days, since before they became a 6-sided ring. Like, I haven't fucked with TNA in a long time. Or NXT for that matter, and I'm interested very much in both of them. So Thursday's just a good day for me. And I feel like, people are still in the middle of their work week and stuff, and Thursday, everybody's waiting for the weekend, right? Your answer, you're like, one more fucking day, and then we got the weekend. So I feel like Thursday's a good day. Like, people are just like, they get a little taste of the weekend, right? Like, if I just check up a stream on Thursday, it kind of feels like, I don't know, not part of the week, at least to me. When I watch my content creators during the week, I feel like it's a weekend. So I don't know. I just think it's cool on Thursday, but Thursday is a bit of an off night. No OTS or Don, Tony, Kevin Castle. Oh, see, I forget about Don, Tony, and Kevin Castle do their thing too, and I don't know. There's so many streamers, bro. I just don't have enough time to get to everybody. I popped into Don Tony's, I think, a week or two ago. That's the first time I've ever heard. Like, I've watched Don Tony a few times, but that's the first time I've heard him and Kevin Castle together. I've never heard Kevin Castle before, and We followed each other on Twitter for years. I think I annoy the shit out of him on Twitter with my wrestling takes, but um, shout out to both of those guys, man, because they're legends in the space, and I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. And not that I'm stepping on their toes. I'm really insignificant when it comes to them and the following they've built. I don't want to put y'all that watch me in that position of having to choose because I know who's going to lose that war every time, right? Yeah, man. I wish. If Issa were to come in here, if JD were to pop in here even to say hi, I would absolutely lose my shit. Maybe one day when I got some content going and I've got like a full bona fide channel and it's not just me talking, to my friends about whatever we're talking about, maybe one day we'll get JD in here. Maybe that'd be what dope if one day I did a live stream and he came in and like collabed with me. That'd be a pretty sick thing. And I'd even ask to do it before I got monetized because I don't want him to feel like I I think it's hard as a content creator to know who truly wants to collab with you because they fuck with you or they want to collab with you because they're trying to leech off of your numbers and grow their own shit. And going back to the situation with Harvey earlier beyond the script, you got to understand why JD doesn't even reach out to his moderators. JD don't fuck with a lot of people. Um for his own reasons, and you can't be mad at him for it. If you've chosen to support a streamer, JD didn't point a gun at you and say, "Give me your fucking money for watching me, or I'm gonna end you." You liked his content to the point where you thought it was worth supporting monetarily, and great. That's the streamer's dream. But don't have the expectation that I'm gonna give this guy money, and after like 5 years, a fuck you for not having said acknowledged me in your chat or responding to me on Twitter. You can't be like that with people. You don't know what JD's doing at the time that you message him on Twitter. You don't know if he's dealing with family. You don't know if he's asleep. You don't know if he's taking a shit. You don't know if you know what I'm saying? Just like people live life, and just because someone's on Twitter and you see them active in that moment, you don't know what they're doing in their real life while they're on their phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just felt like he displayed kind of an entitled mentality, getting mad at JD for not acknowledging, the support that he gives. And you can't go into supporting content creators with that mentality. Support who you want to support because you rock with that person, you like what they bring to the table, you like their personality, whatever you find of value with them. If you think, yeah, I want to support this guy, I feel like giving him my $5, then do it. But don't have no expectations that if you do it for long enough that he is going to get back to you in a DM or want to collab with you on your show. And I'm not saying Harvey wanted JD to collab with him. I'm just throwing out scenarios. You just can't get mad. You got to just be genuine in why you do things. And I firmly believe that. You know, I never ever once and I hope people believe me when I say this. I never. This is why it took me years and years and years also to start doing this gig because I wanted to make friendships and build like a network of people and have people get to know me as a person without thinking like I'm just trying to be your friend because I'm trying to recruit you as a viewer in my stream. I've met too many people along the way who have pretended to be my friend only to get me in their streams as a viewer, as a like or whatever, and then when it comes time to throw some shine on me, they're nowhere to be found. You know what I'm saying? So like, hey, I don't got no beef with nobody, and those people too. I genuinely rocked with them because I genuinely rocked with them. I wanted people to get to know me, and I didn't want people to think that I'm here because I'm trying to build a following and a fan base. Like, you guys are my friends, not my fans. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's hard for some people to accept. JD will forever see all of us as fans, not friends. You know what I mean? Samich says, like Cena said, people these days act like they are owed something. Facts, bro. Yeah, I don't see actually Sunday nights happening really, Mike, because those are the WWE PLE nights too. And everybody's kind of winding their weekend down and getting ready for the work week. So I feel like, yeah, Sunday's just kind of the down day to chill and relax and get that last bit of just doing your own thing on your free time before the work week starts. I don't know that I would like doing a Sunday podcast either. Also, because you got the PLEs and then JD stream afterwards on one Sunday a month too. So if I would do it on the weekend, it would be Saturday because I don't give a fuck if I'm streaming during AEW or not. You know what I mean? I just love Thursday. There's some. I've never been a Thursday during the week guy, but when it comes to my stream, I feel like it's money. And on that, I just looked up at the time and it said 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. So I think that's a sign, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this motherfucker off. And I appreciate. I can't say it enough, man. I still got motherfucking 10 people in here. We had the biggest turnout tonight. Again, everybody showed up and showed out. I saw people in here I wasn't expecting to see again. I had all of you hanging out with me this whole fucking time. I wasn't expecting that at all. I don't. Dude, I'm just a dude, man. I'm just a dude that lives alone, that has gone through a lot of shit in life to a point where I'm pretty much the stone cold motto. I'm a walking version of the motto "Don't trust me." Um, I used to keep my circle very small, and it's even smaller now in real life. So I've got a couple of people that uh, I trust with my life on this earth, and that's about it. The fact that you guys don't know me on that level and you're here kicking it with me, um, it's going to take me some time to get used to that. Um, I will never stop thanking you guys for any amount of love you show for me. So I hope each and every one of you have a great night. I'll be hearing from you all, whether it's on X, the telephone, JD stream. We'll all reconvene tomorrow night at the very latest. I'll be in the SmackDown chat. So I love you guys. Have a good night. Kiss all your kids. Tell your significant others I said hello. And be well, everyone. Thank you for all the support and all the well wishes. Have a great night, everyone.